All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in for another day of the NA DPC Division 1, and it is, of course, the final day of NA Div 1, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you. Jonathan, pretty big matchup here today between Felt and Bait. We have one series on, and this is going to decide if we have tiebreakers three ways for the relegation spots, or whether we're just going to have no more games for NA Div 1. But before we get into that, Jonathan, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. This is a big one for both sides, of course. Felt wanting to prove a point about saying that they're right on the cusp of the top four teams, and Bait probably don't want to go through those tiebreakers. This is going to be a pretty tough fight for, I feel like Bait. I think Felt has shown us that what we heard from Albino Zebra has been true. And, this is the last day, which is, it flies by so fast, doesn't it, Mike? The DPC, 3 weeks just gone in the snap.
It really, really does. We will have a recap, of course, of the previous day's games. So let's have a look at those first before we do get into the game we have today. Of course, you had Shopify versus DogChamp. I mean, this was an interesting series, John, because most people, would just say this should be an easy Shopify stomp. DogChamp actually taking one game off the side of Shopify Rebellion, though, throughout this series. So it kind of goes back to what I've been rambling on about recently, John. I think this team has a lot of potential here on the side of DogChamp, and they actually managed to take one game away from Shopify, which, if I remember correctly, was game 2. And even though they end up losing the series overall, I think it was, a pretty big win for DogChamp. Like, sure, you got close to winning the series, and it probably hurts that you didn't. But at the same time, taking one game off Shopify, that's a big deal.
That is. It breaks their unbeaten streak in the tour, and that applies a lot of pressure. It was really good to see this from the side of DogChamp, just to see that growth in this team, to be able to get the punishment onto Shopify Rebellion. I will say it was fairly close in the first two games. The last game was a little bit of a stomp, to be fair. It did look like a very, very different Shopify Rebellion coming out, and DogChamp, it's still a pretty big deal for them to get a game off for sure, but I think there's also an aspect of it where you're also thinking that you still have a lot to do to take the series off, right? Like that's the one thing. Like it feels like there are very few opponents in NA that can knock out Shopify Rebellion. This does show DogChamp has the potential, but there's still a little bit cleaning up. Like game 3 was just a very, very different game from the first two. It was pretty stompy.
It certainly was. And that's kind of the thing, right? Like, I'm sure people will argue that, Shopify, maybe their draft was a bit memey. Maybe they're getting a little bit overly confident here in game 2, and that's what ends up costing them the series overall. But I mean, nevertheless, I still think a pretty big win for DogChamp, and Boba was not happy in the post-series interview. He did say he was a little bit disappointed that they ended up dropping, a game in their final series, considering they were completely undefeated. Something I'm sure they did not want to see is that kind of blemish on their perfect record here in 2 or 3, but nevertheless, it does happen. Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, Shopify don't really care that much. They are on their way to Bali, and obviously one step closer to securing their spot at TI12. Regardless, next series, of course, was SKG versus TSM. This is the one you and I were casting. Naturally, no surprises here in this series. John, TSM taking a pretty convincing 2-0 victory over SKG. If I remember correctly, the second game was I want to say it was closer, but in reality, it was just longer. But overall, I think TSM were always in control, and we're always probably just going to win that game too.
Yeah, like they execute again. TSM's been showing us that there's been rough spots at the start of the tour. It's sharpened up as we got to the end. And if this was the TSM that we saw in maybe that first day of the DPC, we might be in a very different situation. So it just takes them a little bit longer to adapt to the patch, but they still kick it into gear. Sand King Gomez, I mean, it's still rough going for them, which is really funny because they got a lot of attention recently from Twitter, from that highlight on the OG podcast. So that was pretty interesting. Unfortunately, yeah, it's like there's still a lot to work on. I believe No Tail found out there was a team in NA called SKG. He he didn't realize it was Sand King Gomez. Then he saw the logo and had a really big laugh.
Okay, all right. Well, what did he think SKG meant? Like, what was he so excited about?
I have no idea. I don't think he even thought about the initials, right? It's like, oh, okay. Then he realized, whoa, it's Sand King Gomez. And he saw the logo. He's like, yeah, well, that's sick. Then he just started laughing for like a good 2 minutes. So, yeah.
I mean, they do have a nice logo.
It is a sick logo. And of course, we had Nouns versus Alpha. Again, not too many surprises in this one. Nouns looking pretty dominant as per always, and Alpha just kind of struggling. In this one, it did feel like you had some interesting drafts come out from Nouns. So I don't know if it's really fair for anyone to kind of adjust, especially when, you're a team like Alpha. You were formed pretty last minute in the tour. This is like your first experience in the DPC. Same with Sand King Gomez. You run the mid Omni Knight with the IO, Bat Rider, and Monkey King. It's like that is a pretty devastating thing to run up into if your draft's not ready for it, and Alpha just couldn't adapt.
No, they certainly could not. Pretty rough series here for Alpha Nouns. Kind of showing why they're the number 2 team in Division 1 here for 2 or 3, and proving that they deserve their major slot. So this was really the only chance TSM had of still kind of contesting for that slot was Alpha beating Nouns, and that just wasn't even really close, as we do get to see a lovely black hole here from Moo in our highlights, and it was a pretty rough affair for poor old Alpha. Obviously, a lot of learning experiences here for the team, and well, Alpha, they aren't relegated yet. Of course, they are in the bottom 2 position right now, as you can see, SKG and Alpha both sitting in bottom 2. But this next series is going to be the decider here to see whether we are going to have tiebreakers or not. Bait need to win against Felt to avoid tiebreakers, and that'll basically guarantee that Alpha and SKG are going to be stuck in a relegation spot. And if Bait lose to Felt, in that case, we have a 3-way tiebreaker, which happens tomorrow, to decide which 2 teams are getting relegated and which team is staying in Division 1. And all of that can be avoided. But Felt have to lose, and Bait have to win. Otherwise, tiebreakers are guaranteed.
Yeah, it's a rough one for Bait. Again, this tour has not been particularly kind to them. The fact that they're playing on ping is already a pretty big deal. I think we've seen some great performances regardless. Felt, though, they've been bouncing back well. Again, we've heard from Albino Zebra that this is a team that had to face against the toughest opponents in the first 2 weeks, right? And it is showing that they've got the strength to beat like the bottom half. So I would say this is pretty Felt favorite. I think Bait, they're not an easy opponent, to be fair. Even though their scoreline doesn't look amazing, they have shown us that there's some ideas in there that feel great. Although sometimes I will say this, Staminen sometimes has the strangest hero picks, and it can lead to some really strange builds. So that's one thing that keeps watching Bait entertaining. I will say as well, before we move on, our interviews yesterday were pretty dank. They were pretty dank. I think that deserves a mention. We got Moon, Meander, and Moo, and that was really fun to hear from both of them. They had some good words for each other too. So hopefully we see that kind of fight between these 2 NA giants at some point.
I hope so. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'd like this region to have an extra slot. I think it's pretty unfair that NA and SA get stuck with 2 slots and the rest of the world gets, 3 minimum, in some cases 4. It just doesn't seem the most equal in my opinion, Jonathan, but, it's not up to me to decide who gets the slots where. Nevertheless, speaking of slots, again, both these teams trying to avoid relegation slots right now, as we do have a team comparison between Bait and, of course, Felt. So let's see what the tail of the take is here between these 2 teams. Is average assists obviously actually higher for Bait. Average deaths very, very similar between the 2. And average kills similar enough. I mean, Bait are actually in the lead in terms of that as well. So, purely looking at these stats, you'd almost assume that Bait might just be the favorites in all this. But it doesn't feel that way, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. Again, this boils down to the fact that we've seen Bait at their strongest. Their laning phase just looks amazing, which leads to these kinds of stats. I think it's just an issue on execution towards like the mid game, up against most opponents. Mid to late game, it's just a little bit awkward. But their laning phase tends to be where they shine the best. then it's kind of up in the air as to what happens afterwards. Even like building damage is a little bit higher. They lag by 100 on GPM and XPM. Like this theoretically is a close matchup, but it's so strange to say this, but I don't think these stats reflect the real value between these two teams fighting off against each other. I think, again, Felt has shown us that when they do win up against these bottom, not really bottom tier, but I mean like bottom half of the NA, DPC, it's a lot stronger for Felt coming out there. And I think Bait, again, it's a lot of struggles for the team. I think they've done a great job regardless, but it's just not enough to close out a lot of these series. I do believe we have our player comparison as well coming up soon, which is always interesting to see. And we do have Kits up against Dendi. This is a really interesting comparison because you've got the veteran in Dendi and the relative new face in Kits. Relative, I mean like 2 years into the pro scene, maybe 3. And this one is very Kits' favorite. Well, not very. The kills are higher. Everything else, again, is kind of even. XPM is a little bit more even. Last hits lean toward Dendi, but that doesn't mean too much if you're not finding these kills. So it's a really interesting matchup, Mike. A lot of different styles to clash here.
I agree. I think it kind of tells you the story of these two mid laners. Like, Kits does seem like the kind of player that doesn't spend so much time farming. He is more of a space creator for his team, so he does just roam the map a lot, tries to find a bunch of kills with the smoke rotations with his supports. Average last hits, like you look at Dendi's side of things, he has been the kind of mid lane recently that seems to want to farm a bit more than, say, a player like Kits. So do that with what you will. I think, mid laners farming is perfectly fine. Obviously, both mid laners have a bit of a different play style here, but we'll see which one turns out to be better. I think, personally, I prefer the kind of mid lane that wants to make space for their position 1. But like I said, Dendi can do the same thing. It just seems like he's kind of reverted a little bit to being a bit more of a farm-heavy core, just trying to maybe equalize a little bit with Stonebank and have 2 carries in some senses. We are going to have the draft coming up very, very soon, so we can have a look and see exactly where these teams are headed with their drafts. Again, a lot of the line here, like Felt, they don't need to win this game. Felt have already confirmed that they are staying in Division 1. It's all about scoreline now. Like, do they want a bit of a higher score going into, the next tour next year? Again, it's not really going to change their standing in the standings whatsoever. They're still going to be pretty much secured in 5th place. Maybe if Bait win, it'll be a bit of a tie for 5th place. Not 100% sure on that, but nevertheless, like, Felt are not getting kicked out of Div 1. So they're safe. There's no pressure on them to try and win. It'll purely be about just winning for the sake of winning. Whereas Bait need the win.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some all chat in the lobby as well. I believe Albino Zebra pointed out, our tour is streaming. Can we pause the game? Unfortunately, we can't, Albino Zebra. So into the draft we go. Felt banning out the Techies Batrider. Bait banning out that Magnus and Medusa. So Duo, open option here. Beastmaster, open option for both sides as well. Those tend to be the first pick priorities. Spirit Breaker for a few teams is up there as well. So a lot of options here for you to start off with. On the side of Bait, I'd say the Doom is probably the safest bet. We've seen Funnick have some pretty strong Doom performances, not just in this tour, but even in the previous tour and the tour before that, Tour 1, played a lot of that Doom, so open enough. I will say, we're in the last day of the DPC, and Stominan's still in a complete void of a room. It's like it never changed.
No, it hasn't, Jonathan. And, maybe the darkness will be on his side today. Maybe it'll work out in his favor. Obviously, it's been a bit of a rough run here for Bait. They've been playing on ping, not from the gaming house they had earlier for Tour 1 and Tour 2, so things have changed quite a bit for them. As Bait, they do go for the first pick, Beastmaster, which we do tend to see quite a lot out of their offlane. Funnick does enjoy those micro-intensive heroes, and we have seen the Beastmaster still prove to be quite popular in 7.33C. Felt going for the Bloodseeker Lich opening right off the bat, and Bait, they won't hesitate. They respond straight away with the Wind Ranger, which we have seen prove to be quite potent, but at the same time, a lot of the times we've seen Wind Ranger win is with Arteezy, right? Yeah. And that's Shopify Rebellion. I believe the last time we saw Bait play Wind Ranger, it was It was a Dendi Windranger, if I'm not misremembering here, John, and it did not work out in their favor very much at all.
Yeah, it's again a little bit of a bait pick in terms of stats. It's not been winning in most DPCs. It tends to win out in really stompy games, and it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit awkward for this hero to pop off. It's rather strange as well. This is probably one of the higher win rates across every region. I think 43.7 is at least 7% higher than the actual global average. And again, those stats are kind of skewed by having Shopify Rebellion on hand. So I'm keen to see what Bait can do with this one. If this is our Dendi hero coming out, you have your mid and off lane kind of picked up. I wouldn't mind that. I don't think it's the easiest Windranger game. You are up against Bloodseeker, who will stop you from wind running around, and you're up against a Lich. Frost Armor just ruins a lot of your early physical output, so it's not going to feel as great for the Windranger to just look for those burst plays on some of these squishier supports. As long as the Lich is around, you've always got a way of kind of saving out. And if it is a Windranger mid, Felt has the option to figure out what matchup they'd want. You see Bait banning out some other mids, Pangolier gone, Void Spirit gone. It does feel like you could probably get away with, say, a Kit Storm if you wanted to pick that up here after these bans. And I think for Felt, they've got a lot of room in just banning out. Like, they take out the Skyrat Mage, very Stominin-oriented ban. I think a natural ban as well up against the Beastmaster and alongside your Lich is like an Enchantress ban. You just take away that basic Dispel, so your Frost Shield is always in play. I think that's one way to go about it as well. What else is a top tier pick still stuck? You probably can take care of some of these Stonebank heroes as well. Something like Terrorblade's pretty annoying for the Bloodseeker. I don't know if you're worried about an Alchemist though. Like I feel like the Alch could slide through. But yeah, I think maybe something like the Terrorblade's going to be annoying. They do ban out the Shadow Demon, so taking away some hard hold and self-dispel on hand, which is fair enough. I think that does enable you to get quite a fair bit. Like the stacking game from Shadow Demon is pretty big for setting up for your Beastmaster, for Funnick to kind of farm up here. So it's respectable.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, one more ban left for either side before the drafts can continue. My main concern right now for Bait is, like, where is this Windranger going? Because, you know, if it's Dendi mid-ranger, fine. But then it's like, I don't think I would like to particularly see a safe lane Windranger. Like, it's just Stonebank doesn't strike me as the kind of player that has a pocket POS 1 Windranger ready to go. You know, it's just... Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm just... You know, maybe it's rude of me to assume things, but it just doesn't seem like the kind of hero he'd be, you know, interested in playing, to say the least. And let's see how it does go. It just, again, I can't remember the last time we saw him play this. Where he could have, for all I know, like it could have happened. But if it did, I don't think it won. So we'll see. You know, we'll see exactly what happens. I'm pretty sure multiple times we saw Dendi play it. And again, that doesn't really mean they had the best results. Though looking back at the previous games, John, I'm having a look right here, right now. It's the last time they played Windranger, they had the Windranger on their draft as Bait, was against Shopify Rebellion. So it could have been a matter of taking it away from Arteezy with their drafts from in that series and during week 2. But, you know, I guess it's unfair of us to say that the Windranger pickup isn't great for Bait because, again, they were up against the best team in NA. So it's, you know, chances are they were going to lose no matter what they drafted in those games. So perhaps this will be the real test to see if the Windranger does suit the side of Bait.
I suppose that's a very positive way of looking at it, Mike, and hopefully that positivity bleeds into Bait. I felt they're setting up for a slippery mid with the Disruptor ban. Two Spirit Brothers gone, Storms in the pool if they want that. They pick up the Mirana first instead. So not really tying into your Lich Bloodseeker all too much. It can stomp a lane, like assuming now safe lane Bloodseeker plus Lich. Pretty good lane to run down. Slow people down in the Blood Rite. Try to win the right-click advantage there. Bloodseeker versus Beastmaster is solid enough. We've seen this here as a response to that, just because he can clear out a lot in the lane and start to punish some trades. I am curious to see what Felt will want with a Mirana. I think that is a little bit more open-ended and what they want on mid to kind of connect with the Mirana as well. Again, Storm is still an option here. I'm surprised that they prioritize the Mirana. I think Bait, if they are flexing that Wind Ranger to safe lane or even support, then they have their own option to go for the Storm. And Felt supports are not heroes that deal with Storm Spirit at all. I think that's the concern. If Bait do get a good read on flexing, and they will, they do go for the Queen of Pain. Not quite the slippery hero like the Storm, but still fairly hard to pin down for the Felt heroes. And it does tend to theoretically win most mid matchups. In practice, it doesn't feel that way, does it, Mike?
No, it doesn't, Jonathan. I don't think the co-op has felt quite amazing from the games we've seen. Mind you as well, John, they are going to be playing up against the Bloodseeker. So you have a Wind Ranger and co-op against Bloodseeker, which may or may not feel the best. Now, mind you, for anyone that's not aware, you can actually still juke out rupture damage by blinking with co-op, right? You got to do the half-step trick, which, you know, it's hard to explain, but basically you've got to get her mid-animation to like take a step before you press blink. And that way, the tick rate on the server won't recognize that she's blinked because she already took damage from that initial step that she took. It's very hard to explain, but Dota All-Star players will probably remember that you can still blink without taking rupture damage from the Bloodseeker. So that is still a thing. You'll just have to trust me on that one, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not very good at explaining these kind of technical things, but anyway, they still have another kind of value pick in the Wind Ranger, though. That's the thing. Like, it does feel like this Bloodseeker got more value than it should have, right? Like, even without something like the Pango in the game, I think Feld are going to be pretty happy with this Bloodseeker pickup, even though it was the first pick.
Yeah, I think they just knew what they want, and they know what Bait like to do, so the Bloodseeker's pretty good foil to that. I will say Bait picking up the Ench, it does give you, again, a Dispel on hand to take care of the Frost Armor, the Frost Shield, so you're not going to be always secure with that coming out. Felt, they do pick up the Timb. This should not be your mid. I don't think Timbersaw versus Quap goes particularly well for the Timbersaw. That is one of the lane matchups which can be a little bit more awkward. So this should just be our off-lane hero coming out. I am curious as to what purpose, because you don't see your safe lane matchup. Granted, it could be a Wind Ranger safe lane, but as you mentioned, it doesn't feel like the most stone banky hero. And Bait seemed to be expecting the Timbersaw to be mid. Timbersaw versus Quap. It's still playable for a Timbersaw by level 2, level 3, but like the first 2 levels, even up to level 3, I'd argue, is pretty decent for Quap, especially if you manage to go for your Shadow Strike and Scream of Pain kind of build. The Timbersaw just kind of melts to the magic damage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. Like, if it is going to be like a mid-Timber, I don't know. Like, the Quap's still probably going to have a pretty good time. I think it must be an offlane Timbersaw we're seeing here. Final bans to come out. Seems like
Bait, though.
Well, Bait seemed to think that this Timber might be mid. Yeah, they are banning offlane heroes. We did see quite a few teams recently running mid Timbersaw. I think Gunnar was the last person we saw it from, and obviously it was very impactful. Very, very strong mid hero at the moment is the Timber, mostly because there's just not many ways of dealing with him. Like, even the Quap with Shadow Strike Scream, I don't think is going to prove to be enough against Timbersaw. You know, just those kind of spells are nice, but then reactive armor, you just tank the creep wave, and then you still get this crazy regen going. It's it can prove to be difficult to say the least as Bait. All right, they're going to pick up a Vengeful Spirit now. This draft is looking interesting. That's another hero that gives the Bloodseeker value, by the way, John.
Yeah.
It's I'm not sure what the plan is here from Bait. I don't believe in this Venge hero at all, but I'm sure they've got one, John. Again, they're fighting to not get relegated here, so it's a big deal for Bait to try and get off on the right foot.
I think the big thing you get with the Venge is that you're amping up your Wind Ranger damage. So it does, the Wind Ranger does benefit a lot from stats, and Venge kind of boosts your base damage by quite a fair bit. So I can see the value there. Felt do close out with the Centaur, and they will keep that unfade. So we will get the mid-kits Timbersaw. As you said, I mean, it can still work up against the Quap. I just feel like the first 2 levels are pretty annoying. The Quap should be able to find quite a fair bit in those first few waves. And there's not too much play from a Timbersaw, although it also depends on how well you position here for Dendi. Overall, very interesting drafts on hand. Like the Centaur, I suppose, is pretty annoying for something like the Wind Ranger to deal with. It does give you initiation. Felt you have really beefy heroes up front, like Timbersaw plus Centaur. It doesn't feel like you have the burst to deal with either of these heroes at all from the side of Bait. And I think Felt they've got this lineup that just feels a little bit better in terms of execution, especially once they hit level 6 on, say, Fade. You can kind of retreat when you want to. You can take these fights and pick and choose your fights really well. The one thing for Bait that I am seeing is, again, this higher tempo coming out with both the Beastmaster Enchantress, with having the Venge to buff up your Wind Ranger quite a fair bit. I think that is something that can be a little bit unmanageable. Like the Wind Ranger's power spikes are pretty good early on. And again, because you build stats, the percent increase from the Venge feels a lot more valuable because you're boosting base damage, not plus damage. So it's pretty big for the Wind Ranger to get off to that strong start. It's just, I don't know if this is going to be enough. It does feel like as the game scales on, Felt has an easier time in kind of playing this game. They've got a really solid Bloodseeker game. Mind you, I'm saying all of this is a triple melee core up against a Quap and Wind Ranger with a Venge on hand. Yeah. So there is potential to just get kited around here if you're not too careful on Felt's end.
No, 100%. I just, my big concern is like this Wind Ranger against Timbersaw Centaur is not going to feel good. Like it's, you know, especially against the Centaur lane, like you can't focus fire because Retaliate's going to make it so you probably die first. And yeah, harassment-wise, you're probably not going to get too much out of this lane for Bait. Look, there's no need to, I guess, play the guessing game anyway. We can just get into the game and see exactly what's going to happen between these two. A lot on the line here again for Bait, not so much for Felt. Felt just, want to get the job done and, end the tour the way they want to end it. Bait, they need the win here to get through to Division 1 next tour, as we are going to head into game number 1. See how it all pans out between these two teams. And I do still favor Felt's draft, right? Like it might be a very even series, and I hope it is for our sake, for the entertainment sake, but I don't know. This draft from Bait makes me question a lot. The only thing that I really dislike on Felt is the Centaur pick, because I feel like we've seen Fade Centaur offlane before, and it just never pops off.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the aspects here from side of Felt that feels a little bit more awkward. Granted, it's like a stable stun to set up for Arrow if you kind of want to play that way in the lane. So there's always a little bit of kill threat. I do feel like you're looking for level 3 to be really stable on the Centaur. First 2 levels, you might be able to harass fairly nicely here on Stonebank and on Stominant. So it's pretty open, at the very least, for you to do what you want. Sorry, Stonebank and Lodine. And again, I'm keen to see just how much this Vengeance aura does with Wind Ranger. I mean, it's a big chunk of percent boost, max level 28. Considering you just build stats on Wind Ranger, it does double down in value. But, I mean, you're dealing with really beefy heroes here as the lanes do break out. And we're taking a look at that mid. Dendi on the Quap up against Kits on the Timbersaw. Again, this one is a little bit better for the Quap. She does enjoy melee matchups. The Timbersaw can still walk up, use the Whirling Death, but it's not free harassment in as much as it is up against melee matchups like, say, the Void Spirit that we've seen it a lot up against, even some like the Ember. It is a little bit harder for Kits to kind of do what he wants, and it will take a few more levels. Like when you get level 2 reactive, that's when the lane feels stable, but Dendi's going to be able to pump out a lot of damage until that point.
Yeah, certainly so. And Kits probably understands the matchup very well, though. Does already have a Vanguard queued up on the Timbersaw, so is at the very least intending on being able to really just be a big tanky boy in the mid lane and be as annoying as possible. Just be as tanky as possible. Dendi, gotta be careful not to take too many of those Whirling Deaths as well. Like we've seen a lot of this Whirling Death damage. It's kind of ridiculous at times, and for Dendi, like You are playing Quap. Obviously, for now, he doesn't want to level up Blink. He'd rather go the Shadow Strike build, but maybe worth going Blink if you do get constantly dived by kits. As we are going to also look at the top lane, because you do have Hidden Moon and Albino Zebra against Funnick and Stominant. I think this should be a pretty decent lane for Funnick and Stominant. Like, you've got an Ench Beastmaster lane. Kind of hard to see them losing this one.
Yeah, they've got really good harass out. You're not going to get too much value here from your Frost Shield on Albino Zebra once the enchant is out. So you can't really stop the dives. You can't really protect Burna all too well. It's going to be pretty heavy on the harass from the side of Bait. At the same time, as long as you kind of maintain decent creep control, you should be able to last hit and sustain on the Bloodseeker. So it shouldn't be too bad. We're seeing Burna kind of just get some stable farm, not really losing out on too much just yet. Although this does get a little bit rougher as levels go up. Like level 4 for the side of Bait, maybe even level 5, it doesn't feel like it gets any easier for the Bloodseeker. And there's only so much your Lich can do to relieve that pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, that final lane as well, the bottom lane, Fade, going to be around with Solji on that Mirana. Because against Lowdyne on the Venge and Stonebank on the Wind Ranger. Oh, power shot off the mark. Stonebank just trying to use it a little bit preemptively there. Does not end up landing it thanks to the leap of Solji. Don't think it would have been a kill anyway, but it would have been pretty darn close. You know, John, speaking of the Venge and the bonus damage she provides with the Venge Aura, you know, the funniest thing is they actually nerfed Venge's Vengeance Aura in 7.33, which I found surprising because nobody was picking the hero anyway. But they reduced it from 32% at max level to 28%. So yeah. I'm not sure what the frog saw in the Venge, but he seems to believe her time is coming.
I think he just saw Universal Heroes and realized with how much you get on heroes like that, 32% is a massive boost. Yeah. Especially in heroes that get like 200 damage by, I don't know, level 15 or something crazy like that. Forget my timings now. It is a lot. So I understand why the frog did this. Venge is still pretty dead of a hero, but it is what it is. Ice Frog knows best, Mike. How dare you question him?
Oh, I'd never question him, Jonathan. Never. Goodness me. This top lane's been going fairly okay considering how much harassment Hidden Immune was taken, I must admit. Still found 20 CS, 6 denies. Still ahead of Funnick in terms of that CS board, and that's very impressive because it did feel like this Ench Beastmaster should have been able to really zone him out quite effectively. But that hasn't really been the case yet.
No, it's not. And again, it's down to the fact that Burna's getting some really good lane control. He's putting the creeps exactly where he wants them to be. So as long as you find CS on Bloodseeker, you don't really get zoned out. You know, you're still able to farm. Albino Zebra doesn't bother with a point in the Frost Shield just because you're up against an Ench. You're probably never going to be able to get value out of that spell. You just kind of go for the harassment with the Frost Blast there. Get the Sinister Gaze to zone out, drain some mana from the creep. There is always a kill threat. You can land these spells, though, and Albino Zebra's not safe.
Nah, he's probably just dead here. Albino is going to go down. Funnick able to secure first blood, and Soldier, even bottom lane, was getting extremely low on the Mirana, but is going to be just fine to walk out of there. But first blood for the Beastmaster going to feel like a pretty big boost here for Funnick. Allows him to pick up those arcane boots immediately, and now the Wild Axe spam can really get going. And this should keep up. Like, Stominant on the end should be able to zone them out very effectively using the level 2 enchant. Just the amount of bonus damage you give to the creep that you do enchant is just so ridiculous at level 2. 30 extra damage. So Stominant will probably just stick around and just keep ensuring that life is hard, though never mind. He's rotating mid lane where Kits is in trouble. Lowdyne going for a run. Then he's going to jump in and continue the chase on. Kits is trying to get out. Stominant, though, is microing the Mud Golem towards him, landing the stun with the follow-up from Lowdyne, but they don't have the damage. With the Vanguard up, he just proves to take literally no damage from the right clicks. As Stominant is still trying. Soldier is here now, but they just don't have enough for it. They can zone him out, but they can't kill him.
Yeah, he's holding on to dear life here. No stacks on the reactive, but You do see that spike coming out from the Timbersaw. That's a lot of focusing down from the side of Bait. Dandy fully out of mana now, so you got to have a much better time on the Timbersaw to just hold this lane and just be that massive front line. Like, you open up space on the side lanes to feel a little bit better. You're relieving some pressure on Burna just by virtue of being very durable on the Timb. And you waste some time. Like, Bait don't really achieve much, although Burna...
Immune. Yeah, top lane. Nice bounce on the Siege shot there onto the Bloodseeker. This Warpine Raider creep, it can deal quite a bit of damage if you get the right bounces off. It's 200 damage being dealt to hit immune with that Siege shot, but overall, he is still just going to be able to keep farming and just passively regen up with Thirst. So Funnick, while he is finding his own farm quite effectively, they're still very unable to just slow down hit immune, which I think may prove to be a bit of an issue, because he is finding too much CS, I think.
Yeah, the Bloodseeker, again, you don't have the most straightforward response here from the side of Bait outside of trying to kite him. It does feel like you're going to get a lot of value out from that Rupture overall. And you're going to be buffed up quite a fair bit. Like, I'm curious down the line as to who on Felt builds the Crimson Guard. They're trying to get onto Burna.
Oh, nice stun. Lodine setting up, but it was a bit of a shame. Stolman, I think he could have stunned first with a Centaur, but he kind of didn't micro. Meanwhile, bottom lane Stonebank, going to wind run TP away. He's going to be just fine to survive. Going back to my point, John, Stolman, he was trying to go for the Wisdom Rune, and I don't think he microed the Centaur to stun hit immune before the Bloodright silenced the Centaur. So they couldn't chain stun to finish off the kill. And now it feels like Lodine, while he is applying a lot of pressure, I don't believe they're able to secure a kill here onto Hitimmune up until Funnick has level 6. Hitimmune is going to run in. Funnick, one creep away from level 6. Rupture is out onto the Ancient. Because of that Rupture, he does end up giving his own life away as Dendi is rotated now on the Quap. Roar is out. Soldier's going to cop that Roar as Funnick does kill off Albino Zebra. And the chase is still ongoing here from Lodine onto the Mirana, but now Kit's going to zone him out. And Lodine should probably just die here to the Timbersaw. But it's still a great trade for Bait. They find 2 for their trouble, losing only their POS 5 Venge. And more importantly, they did end up killing off the POS 1 Bloodseeker.
It's a little bit greedy coming out from the side of Felt. The lining up for a Rupture, not finding that kill onto the Ench anyway. They just TP out from Stominin. I'm a bit surprised we didn't see the Stampede pop from Fate. I believe he had it right before the Bloodseeker died, and they didn't bother using that spell. So they didn't manage to get a disengage. They couldn't line up to let Kits look for a bigger kill. And overall, just punishing quite a fair bit from Bait. Bait managing to take quite a fair bit away from the side of Felt. They're grouping up mid now with the damage they have, just trying to get that tier 1 gone. Again, whenever Kit shows up, it's a little bit harder to rip right through, but the pressure's there.
Bottom, Stonebank caught out. Albino, he's there with the gaze, but they don't have anywhere near enough damage, so Stonebank can turn with the focus fire on Albino Zebra, who's still chasing him down, but can't do anything to try and stop Stonebank from just killing him off. There was a rotation from Dendi to ensure they did not keep diving with their Centaur. So Stonebank, I mean, with the max wind run, it is very challenging to kill off the Wind Ranger, but not so much anymore. Hit immune is going to show up. Nice Shackle, nice TP attempt, but it's still not there. Level 1 Shackle not lasting long enough. And the rotation from Hit immune, it does pay off.
And now they're going to be able to find that bot tier 1. So they managed to get the objective they'd want off of it. Bait, for their part, trying to get that push up top themselves. They should be able to get it done. They've got quite the creep army, although again, Kits just follows where the push is and does manage to hold it off. Do like the build-up on Fate. He is rushing the Blink. He's getting some hard lockdown coming through here for the side of Felt. Very important with, just having, the Mirana stun on top of that. You need good setup. It's going to be down to Fate to find these angles in these fights, because if you don't get to Rupture Dendi, he's going to be pretty free to just jump in and out. This hero is still highly mobile. The Quap is, we see a pretty strong start here.
Kits loses his courier here, John. Nice little micro there from Stominin. He just sent the creep right towards the tier 1 tower and just started hitting it with the neutral creep. Is Hit immune gonna die here to Stonebank? He did not have Rupture up. So you don't really want to lane against Stonebank without Rupture +1. And Hidden Immune does get caught with his pants down.
Again, a pretty big kill coming out from Bait. And this is looking to be a fairly close game. Like, you asked for it when we started off here. Bait are bringing out their A game to kind of hold back Felt early on. They're hitting these really good item timings coming out. You've got the Dominator already up for Funnick. You've got the room to farm into the Overlord. You don't have an easy solution from the side of Felt to deal with that Ancient Creep. And Kits is still doing fine mid, but he's not really popping off in the way that we've seen the Timbersaw mids pop off. And for Bait, they're hitting this momentum.
Nice power insecure here by Lowdine, but they do have a lot of heroes coming in. Dendy gonna pop the invis. It's just not enough though. So you got the invis room, but you cost your mid laner his life. Dendy was underneath Sentry Ward, so he could not walk away from that, and Felt they won't mind losing the invis if it means killing off Dendy.
Gives them room to shove in mid. They've got the level 3 reactive, so you can just tank the front line on Kits, although.
I mean, I don't know. Roar is out, but do you have enough damage? The Frost Shield? Oh, nice Shackle. Stonebank gonna ensure there was no chain away. They'll have enough, just enough, in fact, to kill off the Timbersaws. Or Bait, 6-3 now. Definitely in the lead here. Both the offlane and safe lane has proven to go very well for the side of Bait. They are finding that big initial farm, though in goes a big stun from Fade in the mid lane, finding Lowdine. Shackle is there, but Stonebank, can he actually kill Fade off? Fade, he thought about sticking around there for a moment with the Retaliate. The Sonic Wave, Dendy gonna show up and Fade is gone. Nice rotation here from the Quap. You know, maybe if he had max level Retaliate, he could have actually just stood his ground, but didn't have it.
Not quite up yet for Fade. The punishment is there from the side of Bait. Rather good back and forth. I think overall, for the side of Felt, you're still somewhat happy in kind of throwing this momentum off a bit, having to drag in the Wind Ranger to join these fights. But these kills are starting to really ramp up for Stonebank, going into the Atos, into that Gleipnir that we tend to see the Wind Ranger cores go for nowadays. And once you hit that, and you've got AoE control, you can kind of nullify the Stampede from Fade and make it a lot more difficult for Felt to kind of get that in and out that they'd want in these engagements. A little bit of a smoke play out from Felt here, though.
Radiant are scanning.
Where's the smoke headed? What are they trying to achieve? Line's been drawn out towards the bottom lane. They have drawn out a line directly to Stonebank, who's farming the jungle by the tier 2 bottom tower. But the thing is, it's pretty hard to secure a kill around that area when the tier 2 tower is still standing. Stonebank's going to back off at the right time anyway, so it's kind of hard to get him now, but... Oh.
Yeah. It's really awkward. Fade saw a Quap illusion and used his combination on it while his smoke was still off.
Oh.
And I think that just kind of ruined it. You also lost your smoke on Solji. So the gank attempt doesn't work out. The Stampede kind of wasted. It's an opportunity for Bait to kind of go back in, knowing that the movement spell's gone. The way for them to disengage and Felt is gone. They're clumped together here.
Yeah, Solji, a bit of a sitting duck. Nice Shackle to set up here from Stonebank and an immediate focus fire. And you know what, John? I was saying in the drafting phase, I wasn't a big fan of the idea of Stonebank playing Posmon Wind Ranger, but I'll give the man props. He's doing a great job so far, proving me wrong.
He's doing a fantastic job just finding these softer targets and melting them down. He's hitting his item spikes. He wasn't really pressured too hard in lane either. So you are getting these big moments now lining up for Bait. Like 8-4, 2k lead up and running. For the side of Felt, it does feel like at this point they're going to need more build-up. You need much more to come out from Burner. He is working towards the... Oh.
Nice Shackle. No focus fire necessary. When you've got Stomina with max impetus, the Centaur does not feel that tanky. With all that pure damage you can deal, it's not a problem here for the side of Bait to deal with Felt. It's Felt are really proving to struggle here in game number 1 so far. They are still finding very good farm on Hidden Immune, but it's still not as good as, say, Funnick on the Beastmaster, who's actually top of the net worth board right now with a full helm of the Overlord up.
Just doing the classic fun play of eating up a lot of space when he's given it. With that Overlord, again, you don't have a good response here from Felt to deal with this.
Uh-oh. Speaking of, hit immune, caught out, gonna use the pig stick to try and get himself out of here, and in fact the Chain Frost even committed by Albino to offer the space for his carry to get out. And Albino, he's actually still fighting back. Stampede is out. Funnick, he got a little bit too greedy. They find 2 for nothing. Well, I say 2 for nothing. It was a 2 for 1 in the end. But Albino Zebra setting up a very nice counter fight here for the side of Felt.
That's a much bigger win for Felt as well. You just mentioned it. Funnick being #1 in net worth. Pretty big blow to Bait to lose him out like that. Gives Felt a little bit of a catch up there with these pickups. Still a lot of threat onto Burna for sure, but he's going to be able to run down this Ancient Creep as well. And should just be able to find farm period. No, actually, let's the Ancient Creep live. The Black Dragon will just walk off.
Oh, kids. He's down. Again, like this max impetus, it hurts a lot. As Dominant has a Dragonlance up, realizing how much impact he can have with this Enchantress just by attacking with this Q, and even the Timbersaw with the Vanguard up is not tanky enough to deal with this.
The Vanguard does nothing for you up against the Ench. The pure damage, not really caring for the block. So you're going to need a Disarm coming out here. Maybe just a straight up Blade Mail. Either one kind of works to prevent this output to consistently land onto you. Looks like we will see the Blade Mail as a response from Kits. I don't know if that's enough though, to be completely frank with you. Like it doesn't feel like you really mind too much on the end. You just wait out the duration, go back in. Maybe the Wind Ranger is the one that struggles a little bit more. Even then, probably not the biggest deal. You do have a little bit more protection from Felt at the least with a Crimson Guard. But again, if you can't find the answer for Stomminen, then sure, you stop the Wind Ranger, but you're not stopping that Ench, and the Roche does begin. They did scan this out on the side of Felt. They will smoke to contest this.
Yeah. Felt, Moonlight Shadow has been popped as well. However, they already found Solji, who does leap away, but the Shadow Strike poison might actually just kill him off, and it does. Dendy gets the kill as they are still rushing towards the Roshan pit. Fade looking for a hoof stomp. He just stampedes right in though. He's got no blink up, so he's just going to do the old-fashioned wave. But Dendy, he's in with a big sonic wave, immediately TPing out, but he's not going to make it. Dendy is down as they find even low dime. The Kit's now in danger as Stonebank takes him out. So Felt have lost 4 for the sake of 2. Not the worst case scenario for Felt, but it is still a huge win for Bait. And they are going to go back to Roshan.
Yeah. Nothing to stop them. Just really forced from Felt. Like the gate play coming out from Solji pretty much broke that entire movement out. Like they had the sentry down. They just knew some other follow-up action would proceed after Mirana shows up. And that just ruins any surprise factor you have there for Felt in that gank. Bait get to pick up the Aegis. They're feeling really strong. 5k lead coming out off the back of this, 15-8. They've got everything they need. You know, the combinations are lining up for Felt. The item timings aren't quite there. We're not seeing the Timbersaw feel durable at all. You have to find an answer for Stomminen. You know, you have to find a way to stop this Enchantress from taking complete damage control in the middle. You're not even worried too much about Stonebank. It's really the Sench that I don't see any easy answers coming out from Felt. Even as this game goes on, you need a Disarm somewhere.
Hits. Swap is out. Funnick, he does, or rather Stonebank, he has the focus fire, but it's not going to be enough with the Crimson Guard from Felt. They do pick off Lowdine. Still now Fade's in danger. Fade trying to run, but Stonebank cannot dive too far past the T2 tower. Now Hit Immune has shown up on the Bloodseeker, so you certainly don't really want to force this any longer. If you are Bait, you know, a nice attempt, but you can't get too overly confident. Against that Crimson Guard, Stonebank is just not doing enough damage.
Yeah, it really doesn't do much at all. I think that is one thing that you have done on Felt. You just remove the relevancy of the Wind Ranger. But it's still the Stomminen show, honestly. Like, he feels like the real core. Kits?
Yeah, I mean, Focus Fire was not up and Blade Mail was popped by Kits, so I mean, even if Focus Fire was there, I don't think Stonebank would necessarily go through with it. And Bait still pushing out the top tier 2 tower. You do have Edge Beastmaster, so it's a pretty quick process just letting the creeps do the work. But they are going to retreat for now. They won't pressure too much as they don't see Felt on the map at the moment. Now they will, as Hidden Immune does show up at the top lane. Bait are basically grouped up as 4. Dendi is slowly making his way over to the top lane. Does have the Sonic Wave up again with the Lincoln Sphere now, so it should be a lot harder to land the Rupture. In the end, Bait, they are still going to get away with this tier 2 tower. There's not really much in the way of defending this one for Felt.
Just have to give it out. You have to respect that push. Respect the output right now on Bait. Get what you can on the side of Felt. Try to hit your own item timings to build into. We are going to see the Kaya Sanj to be finished up by Kits. And the stat resist is going to feel a little bit nice, but again, I'd actually want to see just a disassembly into a Halberd. I don't know if that's something they'll line up for here on the side of Felt. They do Moonlight up, but Bait are also smoked out here.
Felt with the Moonlight, it feels like they just want to retreat and not get caught with their pants down here. Maybe just sensing the Bait have maybe smoked. Kits almost breaking the smoke there of Bait. He'd be a great target. In fact, they're running right towards him. They might have an idea that he's around. Run towards the south, keep farming those other jungle areas, but now Stonebank has got vision. Gleipnir is going to be there. They have caught the Timber. At least the Blade Mail does come out in the nick of time, but Kits needs to find an escape route. He'll go for the TP attempt away, and he's barely going to make it. The Scream did not connect. In fact, I believe it's still traveling across the map somewhere. And for Kits, there it goes. He takes it now. Very, very close call. In fact, I say he takes it. It comes in now. There you go. There's the screen.
It chases him across. Pretty good dodge out from the side of Felt. Kit's just tanky enough to get through that one and just waste the time of Bait. It does lead to, space coming out for Felt. They're able to still farm up for a little bit longer. They're hitting their own timings. The Lincolns for Burna not too far off in the Bloodseeker. You're going to be able to find that sooner rather than later, at least to have some protection on hand. I will say it's starting to get really oppressive to play up against Bait. Like the vision game you get with the Hawks and even the Wave of Terror to scout out can be a bit tough. They will smoke out on the side of Felt. See if they find the angle now.
Here we go again. They're going to try and make a jump in. Stolman this time does get caught on his own, so he will drop as Dendi's going to try for a TP play out. He did get ruptured, so he's out of there. The rest of Bait need to find their own way out of this one. I think Lodine is guaranteed to just die here as the Vengeance. There's not really much he can do at the moment. And eventually he will. Trying to make it as hard as possible, but he is just going to die. Meanwhile, Funnick, he goes through the Twin Gates. He'll just start pushing out the top lane instead. Ultimately, though, for Felt, a nice little engagement, finding 2 targets, 2 supports for their trouble. I guess they could just push out the bot wave a little bit, but I'm not sure if they're in a position where they really want to try and force anything like the tier 2 bottom.
Doesn't feel like it, although they can at least just shove in. And again, keep trying to build up while they can. Good punishment to just find 1 support. Not the biggest kill in the world here for Felt to find.
They're pretty close by here to Funnick, but he has the vision here, John. Has the roar up as well, so he might actually want to fight. Albino looks like a free kill. Kits is kind of around the area. Ultimately, Funnick does decide he won't go for it. He'd rather just stick around and keep farming this area, be in position to push out the top wave over and over again. This is something you see from Funnick a lot of, right? Like just staying on the top side of the map and just pushing out the side lanes. Very effective in buying your other core space.
They do know he's around, Kits.
Well, Funnick, he'll just TP. No way to cancel. Not for the Timber, that is. They will at least be able to find the Helm of the Overlord creep, so there's something for their trouble. But the rest of Bait, they are moving up. They want to fight now. Hidden Immune narrowly avoiding Funnick, who does have the roar up and ready. Kits Gonna get swapped in. Rory's there immediately. Fade, he got a double hoof stop though. It's a pretty nice setup here from Felt, but they need to get Kits out of there. Kits, he's barely alive. He's actually made it out. Stonebank's the one to go down. Funnick also dropping now as Dendy is still trying to deal with Albino Zebra. The Lich may drop eventually, but Dendy's gonna drop first. Oh, what a mess. Bait losing 4. They try to start with Kits, but he narrowly just gets away.
Tower is under attack.
And it's an awkward set of circumstances. You had a swap coming out while you were running up with Stonebank, so a little bit misaligned. If you got literally a second extra, or even just like 3 extra right clicks from Focus Wire, which isn't too hard, you could have found Kits. And once Kits is out of the picture, you have a really smooth ride in trying to clean up everyone else, but it gives the angle in for Fade to get that huge hoof stomp off, only losing out on Albino Zebra, who was denied off anyway. And for Bait, just maybe a little bit miscoordinated coming out in that fight. Again, the swap just a little bit awkward when they were positioning to shackle from the low ground as well, and just throwing off Stonebank's positioning to get that kill. It's not enough to just land those chain stunts. You have to pump the damage into Kits, and he is getting tankier as this game goes on. The Ag's not too far off now for our Timbersaw. It's the reactive armor active going to be up there with a barrier. Combine that with just having this blade mail, and it does feel like you'll have to focus fire elsewhere. You can't insta-burst down Kits at this point in the game going forward with the full Ags done on the Timb. For Bait, I mean, you're still seeing a lot of output. You're still seeing the value in, say, the Wind Ranger Venge. You have to pick and choose your targets, and you can't just swap from the low ground into the high ground just to hammer in your roar when your core is lining up to shackle and play from that same area where the Timbersaw is at. So again, that entire swap feels like it did cause most of the issues here for Bait. Felt they're not going to be asking those questions. They get control into the Roche. Bait are smoked up though. They can contest.
They are going to be there in time, I believe, as Roshan is half HP now. Oh, I say they might make it in time. It's going to be rather close here. Roshan still going down. Power shot. It gives the vision, but they're not in time to get the Roshan still, as they are going to try and still go for the fight, but Fade just pops the Stampede. Lodine's already down. Storminen, he's not doing as much damage as he used to. He wants to get out of there, but he's been nullified up. He will also go down. Stonebank will TP. Funnick and Dendy will walk the old-fashioned way. But they have lost 2 supports here on the side of Bait. Felt now walking around with the Aegis and Cheese in hand.
Radiant's top tower
And maybe even just looking to go high ground now, because they are looking extremely strong.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I don't think you're too scared here on the side of Felt. You can just go for the tier 2s. Probably the safer bet to just gun for at least 2 tier 2 towers, but with how tanky you are, with how well you can frontline on Fade, you probably can just force a tier 3 down if you wish. They'll take the Tormentor first, so they get the free shard on the Mirana. They've got these dust clouds coming out from the leap, which is honestly, this shard doesn't feel amazing. I guess the extra charge and leap is pretty big, and they will just go for the tier 3. Again, with how tanky you are, with how much damage you have, you're not too concerned. You force out the Fortify pretty damn early here, so you're just gonna be able to rip through it. And I like that Fade is just in the back. Like, they just want to use that stomp to put an end to any counterplay here.
Storminen.
Has been killed. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's
Phil, they are going right for the top racks. The Fortify is not going to let them retreat. Swap is there. Lodine trying to secure a kill onto Hidden Mune, but keep in mind, he does still have the Aegis up. Sonic Wave's going to be committed. Hidden Mune is actually surviving throughout all of this. So nothing really taking him down. And they will get the melee racks, as it seems like they want to get away. Hits does pop the reactive armor now with the Aghanim Scepter, so he's going to just tank through all the damage they have to throw at him. And Felt, they get away successfully. Nobody dies. Even the Aegis remains intact.
Yeah, they did have to pop Cheese and Kits, but more than worthwhile for what you've managed to get there. Up top, taking the melee racks does provide at least one lane constantly shoving in here for the side of Felt. For Bait, And they've done a great job of holding up against that aggression from Felt. They still have some pretty good damage coming through. There's some good timings here as well. Dominant is going for the good old Spoink. The Ags just about 100 gold off on the Enchantress. Basically playing like the semi-core here, as you tend to see most Enchantress players go. I don't know if this is enough at this point. At the least, it's consistent output onto these tanky heroes, but we're not seeing that burst play come out. The Dendi Ags does feel like it's going to be a bigger deal than the Enchantress Ags. Like just having those screams of pain coming out, consistent magical damage, consistent slows. It is fairly annoying for the side of Felt to deal with, so we'll see when Dendi does pick it up just how much it will do. And for Stominant, how much he can do with these Spoinks up. It is fairly annoying to always have a way of increasing that distance between yourself and the enemy heroes, to be fair. Spoink being on a 4-second cooldown is pretty disgusting.
It'd be pretty annoying.
Tower has fallen.
I felt they're going to go through the bottom wave now into the tier 3 tower.
Is under attack.
You really haven't got many buybacks available on the map right now. It's really only Dendi, as Fade is going to try to move in. Lowdyne, or he cops the arrow as well on the backside, so they even thought about continuing, but they'll let Lowdyne live for now. This top lane is also being ratted here by Bait, so they are just trying to trade, realizing that they may not actually be able to win a team fight. Hit immune though, nice rupture on Funnick. We'll go for the nullifier, but the BKB TP was there, so he's going to be just fine. But they do get away with the melee barracks to the bot lane anyway. And Felt, even though they lost the T3 tower, they lose nothing else. So not a big deal. Felt still walk away with 2 racks up and only the mid racks left.
You're still pretty happy on the side of Felt. Bait, I mean, they're getting something on the map. It's just not big enough considering what you're losing as well. And this, again, this gets a little bit rough scaling up. The Wind Ranger's output still nice, but it doesn't feel like you're able to burst down heroes the same way Felt is with her chain control as well, though.
Stun is out on Hidden Immune, but he has the Lincoln Sphere up. You do have the Ags up on Dendi now as well, so plenty of burst damage he can deal as the Quab. He's going to be able to stay alive and just keep spamming out Shadow Strikes and Screams if he wants to get that damage out, as they have made a jump in. Lowdyne again getting caught out here on the Venge. So Felt looking for a little bit more while they can. Dendi slowed up for a moment, is going to be just fine. Stonebank looking to try and move in. Gleipnir is out, but they do not have the follow-up. Stun, in the meantime, has called Stominant, and Stominant, he is just dead. No survival here for the Ench. So both supports down with that buyback now. Stonebank, nice shackle. He's going to try and move it onto the Bloodseeker, and he's got him. Hit immune. Hit immune is down. Kits is still fighting here, though. Onto Dendi. The gaze is there. The arrow does connect. Dendi's been caught. Dendi is down. Stonebank needs to get himself out of here. And will be able to do so, but it seems like Felt are not intending on backing off quite yet. That they are getting chipped away at. They may need to be pretty cautious about their position. Kits, he's going to get swapped. Fade, he'll make the jump in. Stonebank trying to help out, but Lowdyne is gone once again. His Kits is just not backing off, but now the focus fire is up from Stonebank. Thing is, he just pops that reactive armor again. And the shield makes it so it's just too challenging to actually deal enough damage to Kits. So he's going to be fine to walk away. And with that Felt, they only get a T2 tower out of this, but they found some nice kills. Obviously, with that Hidden Immune, it's kind of hard to go after the mid-rack, so they are just going to wait it out till next time.
You're more than happy, though, with that result. You get some good damage done onto the tier 3, down to around half HP now. And you get some good kills in the process. Like, you don't mind that too much despite sacrificing your Bloodseeker. You're still in a really strong position here for Felt. They're forced to kind of try to fix their lanes now on the side of Bait. And Felt can just play the map to get a little bit more of their own build-up if necessary. I would say, now, I love Centaur Ags. I don't think this is the game for it, but I don't know. It could be. What happens when you hitch a ride and then your Timbersaw decides to Timber Chain? What happens then? It just drags you out, surely, out of the cart, right?
I mean, it'd be hilarious if you just dragged both of you with the chain. The Centaur's just coming with you now. Kids is actually trying to protect the double damage. Ends up picking it up himself instead on the Timbers. A very nice shackle out from Stonebank. Fade is already going to go down. Bait not looking too bad already in this fight. Problem is Dendi has been caught by the Nullifier but did not cop the Rupture. His hit immune, I think, messed up the timing a little bit there. You'd rather the Rupture than the Nullifier on the Corp. Regardless, though, they do lose Fade. So Bait trying to fight back here. Problem is, like, that bottom lane is being pushed in again just by the creep wave. So Dendi is forced to rotate and defend this himself. And I don't think Bait can actually afford to go as 4 into that mid tier 2 tower. They might try, though. It's a matter of whether Felt want to fight. And, well, I mean, perhaps Felt just don't fight this. But they are TPing in. Solji leaping right in on his own. Here comes the cavalry. Funnick immediately popping his BKB, looking for a nice raw target. Hasn't found one yet. Needs the Linkers to be broken on hit immune. Now can do so. Swap out from Lowdine and try and keep Funnick alive. He's still running away, but Kits is on the chase. In the meantime, they have found Albino Zebra, and Funnick has successfully gotten out. Stonebank is able to BKB TP away, so they don't find the tier 2 tower. It's actually 1 hit away from dying. It's on 3 HP. But they do get away with Albino Zebra's life. And I think for Bait, just holding on to the game right now is probably going to be good enough.
That's more than worthwhile. You don't lose heroes for your trouble. You find a kill. You basically find that tier 2. I don't think this counts as the tower still being alive. Maybe you won't get the gold if Felt does decide to get the deny. But again, you're stalling for time. Roshan is back up though. Both sides going to be focusing on that with the refresh on hand. And Felt are in a position to clear it out fairly quick. They've got about a minute 40 until the Roche switches sides. Should just be able to gun for it, although for now, not quite committing. There is a Hawk watching here from Bait as well. They should be able to connect and contest if the side of Felt isn't careful.
There we go, Bait grouping up again. Fade gonna see them. He's in that Moonlight Shadow, so he could have a pretty nice setup here on the Centaur. Trying to loop around from the back, looking for that big angle. He does find Dendi. He found Funnick as well. Lowdine gonna try and swap the Beastmaster around him for now. Funnick is fine to BKB up, but they are melting to the damage of Hidden Mune, who just takes out Funnick. Now they've got Stominant. The buybacks are incoming from Bait, but they are still dropping like flies. It's going to be 3v5 now for this next Roshan. And I think as Bait, you just got to push out the side lanes now. You can't fight for this.
Too costly for a fight coming out there from Bait. Really good use of that Ice Spire and the Chain Frost coming out from Albino Zero. Like, the swap isn't enough to save from Lowdine. The bounces go onto Funnick and then follow Dendi down, and sometimes the Pachinko machine is playing your way, playing your game. You're the house, and you win that dice roll. Now Felt, with the Aegis up, with a refresh, with a cheese on hand, it's going to be a pretty hard defense from Bait. Like, you had to buy back, so you don't have that much security, especially if Dendi faults now. And for Felt, again, it was a bit of a struggle early on. We were seeing some big openings coming out from Bait, but they just kick into gear. And the one issue for Bait is that they're mainly single target control. Unless we see something big like another double shackle shot out from Stonebank, it just feels awkward to take these fights.
I mean, they are still trying. Kits tanking through again with the reactive armor shield. He does need to back his way out as it does wear off. A tier 3 tower, though very low now, is going to go down to the damage of Hidden Mune as he does pop a Rupture. It's going to be onto Stominant. Seems like Felt just want to ensure they do not get chased. They are not going to commit for the full racks. Even with the Aegis cheese up, they want to reset. Make sure they're healthy and come back later. They are still 24k ahead here, Felt, so there's not really too much to be worried about. You know, one bad team fight for Felt, though, and the game could switch very quickly, so they do need to play this somewhat cautiously. It's Bait. Smoke up mid lane. They're going to see Hidden Mune. But the problem is his whole team's behind him. He's back up to full HP. Still has the Aegis, has a Refresher Shard available in the backpack as well. So the Bloodseeker is going to be a pretty hard target to jump first. Instead, they're going to try for Albino Zebra. But he will be able to walk away. They aren't able to commit.
Yeah, you just can't really force too much outside right now for Bait. Felt, yeah, they've got control of the map. They've got everything on hand. They've got the Aegis. You don't really want to fight into that for Bait. And again, for Bait, big issue right now is just basically AoE control. These team fights, you're mainly single target. You've got Roar, Shackle Shot. If you can't keep these heroes down from Felt to look for that burst opening, unless you get the double Shackle out from Stoneback, which is easier said than done. He's had a pretty impressive Wind Ranger game overall, but it's just harder to play as the game goes on here.
Jump in, Rupshot again committed. Stormman, he's the one to tank the damage. He will just stand his ground though as Fade down a nice hoof stomp has found Stonebank, but the swap from Lowdine is going to save, but now the Chain Frost just bouncing between everybody. Sonic Wave committed from Dendy trying to push them back, but they are still just rushing forward. Hitimmune, at least he has lost the Aegis. Wave need a lockdown 2 here from Stonebank. They want the Bloodseeker though. Hitimmune still trying to fight back. The arrow not going to land, but the hoof stomp is there onto the Wind Ranger. Stonebank is gone. Funnick is also down. This game is looking very over now, as Felt can just put an end to this game. Even Stoneman barely surviving in the fountain. Hitimmune about to drop is going to go down, but they are wiping out the rest of Bait. It's only Stoneman left. See if the Ench can do it on his own, but I don't think so. He's going to try. Hurricane Pike out onto the Centaur. Fade dropping extremely low, does go down. But Stoneman eventually will die as he will buy back. So does Fade. Jump in. Hoofstomp is out onto the Ench. Arrow's not going to land though. Stoneman just pouncing around with the spring. Does pounce right back into them though. Trying to just create a little bit of space for these tier 4 towers, but GG is called. He has gone down. Felt, I mean, they were off to a pretty rough start. Like, Bait were having a really good first 15-20 minutes. But a couple of lackluster team fights for Bait, and Felt they managed to take over this game 1.
Yeah, I think Bait managed to put up a really good fight. Again, it looked like the game was in their control for the early portion of that fight. But just down the line, Felt had much better team fight, much better AoE control coming out. And from the side of Bait, you really didn't have much to stop the clump up from Felt. Like, you had double Shackles, which were impactful from Stonebank every now and again. But every single hero you had was pretty much single target focused. You've got Magic Missile, you've got Swap, you've got the Roar, you've got Shackle Shot, which again is not the most reliable. So you didn't have an easy way of finding these openings up against Felt as the game went on. And that was the one big bit. It felt like Bait, to be fair, I don't know if they had enough to really try to go for the end game while they were strong. I think it's just a matter of this lineup being very hard to execute on as the game starts to drag past, say, 20-25 minutes in.
Yeah, it was a pretty rough affair. Like, obviously for Felt, they just trust their draft. They get those items up, especially the Crimson Guard coming up in the Centaur is when it felt like that Stonebank just could not fight anymore. And with all these nullifiers, all the Lincoln Spheres, just everything being built up here by Felt, it just proved to be the much stronger 5-man lineup. And sadly for Bait, they were on the right path in this game 1. It just does not, sadly they stray away from that path. And props to Felt, I mean, making a bit of a comeback happen, looking pretty damn good in this game 1. I think they were favored anyway going into this series, and you can kind of see why. Bait, you need to go back to the drawing board a little bit, I think. I can't say it's necessarily the draft that cost them this game, but certain heroes, like the Venge, didn't feel amazing. Like, picking 3 heroes that don't work well against Bloodseeker did not sound like the greatest idea to begin with. And, you know, even with the Lincoln Sphere up, like, you just get the Nullifier build up on the Bloodseeker, he just breaks the Lincolns himself, and then just gets Ruptures off anyway. It's just pretty annoying to have to play into in a team fight. And you saw over and over again, like, the guy that gets Ruptured in the fight just BKB TPs out. And so it just turns into a 4v5 anyway. As we do look at the scoreboard now, we have to hand an MVP over. Of course, it is going to go the way of Kits on the Timbersaw because the man did a fantastic job. 15-3 and 12 is the KDA of the Timber. And Kits, I mean, He made this mid timber look broken, as other people have, but he was basically unkillable at the end stages of the game, especially with the Ags up. They literally had no way of dealing with it.
Yeah, I think the more impressive thing is that you were laning into a Quap, which isn't necessarily a great lane for Timbersaw. It's a melee laner into a Quap with a lot of magic damage, but we didn't see Kits really struggle. Managed to play his tempo well, and he held his own and pretty much up against Dendi again in a matchup that's not the best for Tim. Timbersaw tends to shine up against fellow melee matchups. Void Spirit, Ember Spirit come into mind. But a magic dealer like Quap, who has mobility, who has range, tends to be tougher. And the decision making from Kits, the build up into the blink with the Octarine, just to keep sustaining his output, keep sustaining the active on your reactive, has been pretty damn good. So I like what we've been seeing from Kits. He shines in this game. I'm looking forward to what both sides do on game number 2. I think it's going to be really interesting because, as you mentioned, the bait draft was interesting. Going back for Venge, which can theoretically, with a Wind Ranger, you just nullify her focus fire damage reduction, but is that really worth a Venge pick? Maybe not. The laning phase was okay, but down the line, you really were just like swap and die, and you were relying more on Stominant to do something on the support. So you really just had one support doing it all, and the Venge is kind of there for the lulls of it, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. It just didn't feel very good. I appreciate the idea, but obviously did not pan out against Felt here for game 1. Let's get to a short break, John, and after that break, of course, we're going to be back with our game 2 draft between Felt and the side of Bait. We'll see you very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 2 here between Felt and, of course, Bait. Felt taking game number 1 in, I can't say convincing fashion. I felt like it was quite a close matchup here between these two, but nevertheless, Felt proving to be the better team, at least during game 1. Game 2, Jonathan, talk to me about it. What do you want to see changed up by Bait to try and force us to a game 3?
I'd like to see Bait go for a little bit more team fight coming out here. I think their lineup was very single target focused, not too much control coming out. Like you had Shackle, you had Magic Missile, you had Roar, all of it single target, and you had a lot more AoE control coming out from Felt in these wider engagements. Still, we'll take a look at the draft if that's the adjustment Bait will make down the line. I think that's the big focus, right? Because it felt like everything else was fine. Your lane matchups were pretty good overall. It's just that past 20-25 minutes in, it felt like if you didn't get a double shackle off, burst someone down, then the fight is completely out of your hands. It felt like Felt just had a lot more forgiving of a draft. You know, you jump in with Fade, you can get some control, you've got the Stampede to bail you out, and all of that. So I think for, yeah, just something like that for Bait. Just a little bit more AoE coming out, because it felt like they had a pretty big focus on a lot of damage dealers. Like you had Enchantress, you had Quap, you had the Wind Ranger as well, but you didn't have enough AoE control to let them do their damage quickly. And the side of Felt, to be fair, had really tanky heroes on top of that. And you didn't have a way of really bursting down full 100% to 0, something like the Centaur or the Timbersaw. It just feels impossible. And the prolonged fights, again, you just don't have a way of pinning them down anyway.
No, you certainly didn't. Hopefully, I'm sure Bait have some kind of idea for their new draft going into this game too. So again, there's so much riding on the line for Bait. They'd much rather not have to play through the tiebreakers, because those tiebreakers can go really any way if Bait do not pull off this victory. Like Alpha, Bait, Sank, and Gomez all within a tiebreaker for that 6th place spot to try and not get relegated. Like you couldn't guess who's going to win that one between the three based off the way they've been playing these games throughout 2 or 3. So very, very important to try and get some wins here in this series if you are Bait. We'll see if they can make that happen, as we are still waiting for the final ban to come out here from Bait. Felt really just respecting the hero picks here from Stonebank, getting rid of the Bloodseeker and the Monkey King straight off the bat. So it seems like they just want to ensure that Stonebank is not intending on having a very good game. And, you know, on the Wind Ranger, like, he didn't have the worst time by any stretch. I thought he did a great job throughout most of the game, but, you know, it just did not end up meaning much in the end, sadly, as Hidamune was still able to just out-carry him.
Yeah, just a hard game to hard carry on the Wind Ranger. Felt like you needed to maybe find more earlier on. I do want to point out here, Mike, that Stominin, we actually see his background. He's actually got light. He's not in the void. He's been dragged out.
He has been. I mean, is this when Stominin gets serious? Like, now he's not playing completely blind anymore. His retinas, his eye retinas can relax a little bit.
His mantra's
we'll
on.
see.
He's been playing with it off this entire time. God bless.
Oh, he's a talented man, John. He's a very talented man. Time to take the weights off, I think, Stominin. It's time to show us what you've got, sir. Felt they're showing us what they've got, Jonathan. They've got a techies on their side of things. This is something you'd love to complain about all the time. Mind you, I will kind of, you know, go off the point you'd love to make about techies. Yesterday, I was playing a techies game, Jonathan.
Yep.
Let me tell you, I built 2 braces on techies.
Yep.
And it's so much fun, because I got first blood, right? So I had a lot of bonus gold. It is so much fun hitting people with 2 braces. So you deal almost 100 damage at level 2, level 3. It's just so funny.
It is. It is. Like, that's the universal hero build, really. Just double bracer if you can afford it. And you're like, all right, I've got HP, I've got bonus damage on bracers for some reason. This is good. This is life now. This is the universal life. You've got 700 range on techies. You outrange a lot of carries. I'm pretty sure you outrange a sniper with no points in take aim. You're pretty much at a Lena range as well. I'm pretty sure you also outrange her by at least 20, I think, or something like that. Lena's like 650, if not 700. So yeah, techies, very well tuned with universal typing. As we
Yes, it
also
is.
get Bait's opening of Batrider and the Beastmaster. So it's looking like we will get probably a Batrider support from Stominin, as we have seen him play that before. Felt rather interestingly picked the Pango into the Beastmaster. So you're not going to get the smoothest time in the Rolling Thunder. The Roar is there to stop you, even to an extent once you have Aether Lens. The Lasso is also there to stop you, which is always funny to see.
5 seconds remaining.
But it's rather interesting that Felt just go for it.
Radiant team ban.
I am keen to see whether or not that is like a Fade Pango or if it's just her Kits hero straight up. I think if it's Kits, then it's fine. It matches up against most mids that are still left from Bait pretty well. Like they ban out the Ember, which is probably one of the harder matchups. They ban out the Quap. Whether or not they ban Void Spirit or Void Spirit or Storm Spirit is really the big question here. Because those are still decent enough into the Pango. Maybe the Void Spirit's a little bit more manageable. I think the Storm is pretty damn annoying with how much magic damage he has early. They take care of the Primal Beast instead, so they leave both options for Bait.
Okay. Let's see what they want. Final ban here from Bait before we do get to see some more draft picks. We see the lovely face of Funnick. He's looking very happy today, which is pretty good
10
sign.
seconds remaining.
I think Funnick did a pretty damn good job last game around. In fact, if there's one player that's consistently good on Bait, I do feel like it's Funnick. It's just he never really loses his lane. He always consistently plays really well. So I think Funnick of all people is probably the one guy that you can outright say is definitely the most consistent player here on this side of Bait.
For sure. I think it's a pretty big improvement since Tour 1. If you look at the entire year, I remember in Tour 1, Funnick had a tendency to just be farming a lot more. To be fair, he is still farming, but he's also mixing in some engagements in between, playing with his team a lot more. And it does tend to pay off. He had a really good time in the Beastmaster last time, so I'm expecting the same thing to come out from him here. Bait pick up the Kotl, which ties into your Beastmaster decently enough. Although again, I'm pretty sure you're running the Stominin Batrider here, so you will be running something weird like Batrider plus Beastmaster, which it can be a pretty oppressive lane for Berna to deal with. So I'm curious what the response from Felt will be on that lane. I think a Kotl +1 on the safe lane is rather interesting as well. There's an option for Terrorblade. Terrorblade Kotl's been something that's been picked up in a few other regions, Southeast Asia mainly. It tends to lean into that with the Chakra to lower your cooldown on Metamorphosis. That is something that can come out. Felt though, they'll go to Skyrat Mage, which is always interesting to see because you're picking it up against Stominin, which is, Stominan's just known for his Sky. He's known for his Sky shenanigans. He's known for Skyrat Mage Midas Ags, that kind of thing. So he knows the depths of the Skyrat. He's been there. He is the Skyrat Mage.
He is this guy. You always like to bring up that Midas build up. I feel like you're never going to let him forget it.
No.
That one time he built Midas on Skyrath. And, he did lose that game. So, rightfully so, Jonathan, you like to bring it up here and there. I don't blame you, sir. So, what do they want to follow up with here with this draft? CK's picked up here by Felt. Bait going for the stall. Final banouts to come. Again, John, I must admit, I'm looking at this draft of Felt, and I am feeling pretty confident in what they've picked up, because I see a Kits Pango, which we know he loves playing. We see the Techies, which is just completely busted, and we've had the pleasure of seeing Solji play quite a bit of Techies this tour. I'd say he's been a pretty damn consistently good Techies player throughout this Tour 3. And even the CK coming out, I don't necessarily think CK is the best position 1 at the moment, but if there's a team that's going to make it work, it probably is a team like Felt. So I don't mind seeing this hero.
I think the one thing you get with the CK is you don't have the best way of clearing out the illusions from Bait. Granted, you've got a Kotl, you've got a Batrider to an extent, can burn down these illusions, but they're also susceptible to the burst damage, the physical burst that the CK does bring. I am wondering what Felt will prioritize to ban out from Stonebank. They take care of the Wind Ranger out of respect in the last game. Again, Terrorblade's still an option that can work for Bait. Although, I guess Terrorblade into a Techie's lane is always a bit rough.
10 seconds
Terrorblade
remaining.
into a Skyrat Mage can also be a bit awkward, but I think your
5
Sky here is
seconds remaining.
forced to really focus on the Storm. That's your hardest hold for the Storm Spirit, just Ancient Seal. So you will have to kind of just expend that on this highly mobile hero every single time, which means Terrorblade's probably not going to be as scared of getting magic damage amplified onto him. Let's see what Felt wants. Bait, they ban out the Underlord. They're just ensuring a strong lane to come out. Doom was also banned out earlier on. What do you have in the off lane here for Fade? I don't think you want anything like, say, Centaur again. Although there is value in it, but maybe something Gerbil. They ban out the Ursus, or maybe something like Tide Hunters in the pool. Although I feel like the cooldowns are a little bit too
10
long
seconds
if you
remaining.
do go that route here for the side of Felt. But they do need a little, somewhat a little bit more team fight. Rolling Thunder just not reliable enough, especially when you are up against something like the Storm.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, one more ban to come before we do get to see these drafts completed. Felt missing the Fade hero right now in the off lane. Bait. Looking for something for Stonebank, and I must admit, like, his hero pool has been focused a lot in this draft. A lot of the favorites that we see from Stonebank are not available any longer. So Bait, again, focusing on a pos 3 ban here for
Radiant
Fade.
team pick.
They'll get rid of the Enigma, which we did see yesterday, I think, from Moo. Mind you, that was a pretty stompy game. So, can't quite say Enigma's a great pick, but, you know, some teams seem to be prioritizing it now as
10 seconds remaining.
Felt, again, pos 3 hero to come.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe a bit more lockdown, a bit more control would be nice here against the side of Bait. Keeping in mind you're with the Techies pos 4 as well, so just any kind of aggressive pos 3 is going to be pretty nice here for Felt. They are going to go down the LC route, which I actually like a lot. This hero is really strong right now. It offers you great lockdown against the Storm. And if you start popping off in the LC, it's very hard to slow it down. Very, very challenging.
It's
10
a
seconds
good
remaining.
combination with your Skyrat Mage as well, so you've got the stable single target control to maximize your Mystic Flare. Once you get a blink, you're probably always gunning down the Storm Spirit here, just to get that lock in. Don't mind it too much. It's not the best now in terms of clearing out armies, creep armies, just because you have to be right in the middle to get the overwhelming odds running. So you're not able to like safely clear out the Beastmaster army. At the same time, it feels a lot easier to just play the dual game with the changes to overwhelming odds. So I'm pretty sure you don't mind too much on Felt. For Bait, what hero do you want now for good old Stonebank? Again, Terrorblade doesn't look too bad. They go with the Lifestealer instead,
Choose your
which
hero.
the Lifestealer, I'd have to say, is it feels really dead right now. Like, you've got a vehicle, you've got a couple of vehicles here in the Storm, and to an extent even the Bat Rider support, but I don't know, like, this is a Lifestealer Bat Rider lane as well into a Legion Commander. Like, Fade's always going to have a Self-Dispel to take care of, say, Flame Break. You probably don't want to go Napalm for Lodine. I don't know about this one, Mike. Like, if we had not as much faith in the Wind Ranger for Stonebank, I have very little faith in the Lifestealer. Like, this hero is probably... It's faded out for a really good reason, right? Like, it just doesn't feel amazing to play it.
It might quite literally be faded out this game, John, because he is going up against Fade during the laning stage. And I think the LS pick was purely based on actually being able to lane against his Techies LC. You know, because it is a hero that should be able to tank through all this damage that'll be thrown out. Kind of just pop rage every time Sticky Bomb does latch as well. It gives you plenty of time to react to it. Against the LC itself, like in terms of just pure right-click trade, the LC can still just, you know, just out-harass you pretty simply with Moment of Courage. So we'll have to wait and see how all this pans out. I can comprehend why they've gone down the Lifestealer route, but I do kind of agree with you. I can't necessarily say this is going to be the greatest POS 1 pick we've ever seen. I guess at least it does still have a bit of utility as well with the Storm. So you have a nice way of kind of jumping in as the life stealer with the storm zip. But yeah, I mean, I certainly have my doubts as well, John. I do feel like Felt probably have the more comfortable draft to play at the very least here against Bait Esports. But Bait, they have their backs against the wall, John. They need to win this game to force to a game 3. Otherwise, we have guaranteed tiebreakers happening between the bottom 3 teams. And again, I can't confidently say Bait would be able to win out those tiebreakers because SKG Alpha, they all look equal to each other right now. So it could be anyone's game tomorrow if we do get to tiebreaker stage.
Yeah, it's going to be up in the air who gets to stay in Div 1. And it's a little bit scary to put yourself in that spot. I think that's one thing that you could give credit to Bait. They've had some rough spots throughout each tour, but they've managed to stay in Div 1 the entire time. Alpha's been up and down. Sand King Gomez is a new entry, but Bait has had that consistency for themselves. So even though the tiebreakers are not the easiest, I will say they have proven time and time and again when their backs are truly up against the wall that they can deliver something special. For some reason, Solji just gives us the eyes. Don't know why.
Yeah,
after everyone
sure.
says good luck, have fun, he's like, no, I'm techies. No fun.
No, he is playing techies, to be fair, John. He's got to get into the psyche of Bait early on. So Stominant gonna break the smoke here of Felt, who are gonna maybe run right into him, but they'll realize guys, maybe we shouldn't fight into the tier 1 tower at level 1. Leave him alone. We'll see if Bait want to try and fight, but it does feel like Felt have the stronger level 1 team fight right now, so probably preferable you just don't get involved here.
Yeah, just don't force the issue too hard. Very early tips, and looks like they will try to contest for the River Runes at least.
I mean, Felt want to fight. That's the thing. Bait are the ones that do not want to fight this level 1 timing. It'll be a 3-for-1 in terms of bounty runes, I believe. No, Stominant did get the denial. I thought he didn't get away with that. Wait, hold on a minute. It says Hit Immune picked it up, but then it says... What the hell? Look at that jump.
Yeah, I'm confused. Why are there 5 bounties? Huh?
No, because it says one of them got denied.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Hit Immune picked it up and then Stominant denied it. So which one was it?
I don't even know. I literally do not even know. I don't want to check networks. I don't think I can tell once the lanes break out. So we'll just assume that both happened at the same time, Mike. We've got a weird state in physics right now as we take a look at our mid. Dendi on that Storm up against Kits on the Pangolier. We've seen this matchup multiple times. Storm Spirit can kind of work this one out pretty darn well. I think out of all the Pango matchups, next to the Void Spirit, this is probably one of the better ways of handling a Pango. You get your level 3, you can go for Vortex Blaze, you can apply Steady Harass onto Kits. Kits, for his part, shouldn't be under too much pressure. Rune control is going to be a big aspect of this matchup, and it should hold steady until at least level 4 or 5. The early 6 timing's the big one that dictates who will find an early laning kill for the most part, unless someone oversteps their bounds. So denying and lane control can be a massive aspect of that as well.
Top lane, you were just having a look at it there. Of course, Stonebank and Lodine going to be up against Fade and Solji. And already, it's not the easiest lane for Stonebank because, again, you are going to have troubles trading as bottom lane. Funnick already going down. Albino Zebra able to secure the kill in the Skywrath. And that's another thing, right? This bottom lane is not going to be proving to be too easy, I don't think, for Bait.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit rough going. You do have the Kotl plus the Beastmaster combo, so you've got the Axe spam with the Chakra, but it takes a while to rip through something like the CK, and the Skywrath Mage is just a little bit too fast, even without the Boots Free, to constantly hammer down. Top lane still a little bit rough for Stonebank. You're seeing that effect of a harassment from Solji. He's got 700 range. Can just apply constant right clicks onto Stonebank.
Stop being a hater. Leave techies alone, John.
No. This absolutely deserves hate. This does deserve it. The techies does way too much. It really does. And, you were talking about, you've got rage to pop when you get the sticky bomb. You know what rage cooldown is? It's 20 seconds, level 1. Sticky Bomb is 12. You will always have a second Sticky Bomb to harass out the Lifestealer. Good. Good.
Yes, good. You get a free BKB. No bitching, John. No bitching.
This here is dead. Lifestealer's just not a hero. To be fair, in this game, you are up against 2 strength cores, so I guess there's some value in that, but his percent damage is really bad. Like 1.7% max health damage. Wow.
That's nice. It's a great
So
ability,
nice.
John.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sure it matches up to Techie's 64 damage right click right now.
Radiant
To
structures.
be fair, Lodine is playing a universal hero as well, John. You know, he's playing Batrider. Not my
Yeah.
fault if he doesn't do enough damage.
Yeah, not his fault he doesn't do as much as the Techies. Not his fault he has less than 300 less range than the Techies for a dude with a bat that's spitting in comparison to this homemade cannon.
Fade. Going to be chased down a little bit here by Stonebank. Stonebank getting to a level where he can start to trade harass now with the level 2 Feaster. But it's still, the problem is like, Fade is still going to find too much farm as the LC. And you know, as the LS, if you go up to trade and Fade just pops Q, like you have to walk away. The attack speed bonuses are way too high with Moment of Courage procs.
That's just way too much output. I'm very curious about Stonebank's build-up. He has triple gauntlets of strength. That's a lot of investment just to hold your lane steady. It's kind of awkward because he still only has 66 damage with 3 stat items. It's like, it's not amazing, Mike.
Lodine's trying so hard to chase Soldier here, but he may have cost his own life. As no deny either. The creep's not hitting hard enough. Soldier able to secure the first blood on the Techies. Excuse me, not the first blood, but his first kill on the Techies. And I do say first kill because he is probably going to secure some more later on here, John.
More than likely. That is something we tend to see when you pick Techies up. And you do get a little bit of a TP out, so you're not going to be able to TP in refill Kit's bottle. And I will have to say the one lane that's launching off here for Bait is that mid, which is to be expected. Dendy's having a great time on the Storm up against the Pango matchup. Will hit level 6 a little bit earlier as well. I'm surprised it's Lodine making the rotations in. Granted, he's the one who died, so he tops up Dendy's bottle, but you really want to see the Skyrat, or you really want to see a little bit more coming out. To be fair, I guess a Kotl rotation isn't also particularly impressive. So it's just down to, again, a little bit of an awkward support duo coming out for Bait. And they are stacking up at the least. So there's some flash farm for Funnick or Dendy to find down the line in the triangle, but for the most part, it doesn't feel like you can really utilize this early 6 on Dendy all too much here.
Sticky Bomb, Lodine, going to cop it. Dendy's going to jump in to try and make sure Kits cannot just get a free rune. In fact, it is going to be Stolman who took the regen rune, as now Solji is still being chased down by Dendy. Dendy feeling very confident. We'll even go for another now onto our Albino Zebra. He'll be able to escape. Dendy is completely out of mana. Doesn't want to dive the tier 1 tower at the moment anyway. But a nice pickup here for the mid of Bait. They do at least pick off Solji. They should be pretty happy with that as well. Denying the regen rune away from Kits is always going to feel nice.
Yeah. Just ensuring that the Pango is going to be a little bit awkward in the lane. Granted, you just kind of go back in, drop a clarity on Kits, and he's perfectly fine. Leaving your side lanes open is not the biggest deal in the world for the side of Fault. Both Burna and Fade are doing happily enough, just farming by themselves. It's not the biggest loss. Although Stonebank is starting to get a little bit more out of his lane now, being left alone. A bit of a chase down for the Wisdom Runes. Good takes by Bait. Finding both at least.
Yeah, we'll see if Lowland can find a way out. It's a nice juke on the blast off. Kits is not going to pop the Rolling Thunder. Wouldn't have made it in time anyway. It's definitely a very nice steal from Lodine. Especially because he's able to get out with his life intact. Look at these stacks by Albino Zebra. My goodness, like, not by him, he just walks past them. But that's a lot of stacks in the ancient camp. Imagine that's for
They're
fighting.
ready. Should be for our good old Moon Man, and I mean, he's got the level 3 axis. Doesn't take too long to melt through that. You've got the chakra to kind of help you sustain through. They've done a great job of just stacking up with Stominin. You know, even though his lane presence isn't really felt, They're ensuring that the resources will come out here for the side of bait. For Felt, again, it's a bit of a slower game for them. I was expecting a little bit more play with this guy, but it's not quite there. Soldier
being chased down by Lowdyne, but the Rolling Thunder from Kits does get used up as Soldier is still trying with the blast off. They will get a 1-for-1 trade, but now Dendi wants to keep going after Kits. Kits will be okay to walk away from this. Just a 1-for-1 on the supports, not too big of a deal, but I'd say it still kind of favors Bait, because it is a position 4 for a position 5. Bait losing their +5 Bat Rider, probably not going to be too upset about it. Is Dendi? They will try to chase him down, but without landing the Ancient Seal, there's no real chance of actually killing him off.
Is under attack.
Top lane though, Stonebank, oh, he barely survives. But I believe he went for a creep on that final right click, so he doesn't secure the kill on Fade. Meanwhile, mid,
happens.
Lowdyne is going to go down once again. Albino Zebra taking that one. Meanwhile, Fade is still hanging around top lane. He does have overwhelming odds, so maybe just trying to snipe Stonebank. But I think it's probably not worth the risk here for Fade. But his team is coming.
Team coming in.
They can land the blast off. Oh, Rage is too quick. Stonebank, he's perfectly fine. Back to the jungle for him.
Should just be able to catch up in there, and with a phase boots up, it's a lot harder to pin down that lifestealer. We need to see the levels come out here for the side of Felt. They need this Mystic Flare. They are lacking burst damage early on. You're not ready to kind of drag your CK around and try to melt these softer targets. So you need to play with that combo. Just dual plus Mystic Flare. And it's going to be a little bit longer until that Mystic Flare is up and running. Just the tendency for supports now to be a little bit more EXP starved, although again Wisdom Runes have been fixing that issue pretty nicely. Collapsing onto mid once more.
Absolutely. Ancient Seal this time is there onto Dendi, but they aren't fully committing. Soldier did not want to pop Blast off. His Kits did not have enough mana to pop Rolling Thunder either, sadly, so Dendi gets away. Chase is on now for Stominant, but he is still running. Concussive shot does land. Stominant eventually should fall and will. So they still get something for their trouble, as even top lane, Stonebank's gonna drop. Jewel did not end up paying off for Fade, but nevertheless, getting the kill on Stonebank, probably a bigger deal anyway.
You don't mind. You drag Burna up top to help you get that kill, but yeah, he's perfectly fine with that. He's got the armlet up. He can just kind of farm with the Phantasm Illusions, get this push going on the top tier 1. So now you're shoving this Lifestealer away to farm elsewhere. It's going to be a little bit of a slower process for him. Lifestealer just not the most impressive flash farmer in the game right now. Fade does take position down bot. His Blade Mill is only the recipe away. He's going to feel pretty secure here. They are chasing down though.
Albino Zebra zip in from Dendi just to ensure they secure the kill. Albino Zebra will drop.
Are fortified.
Bait trying to get a little bit more active on the map, to say the least. They aren't looking to maybe go after Fade here down in the bottom lane. Funnick does have Raw to try and commit to this, but Fade, seeing the Beastmaster, will immediately try for the Twin Gate TP out, though Funnick, he had the Hawk Vision. He just did not have the time for the Raw, as Fade does hand the tip over. And 0.1, I think he's trying to say he was 0.1 seconds away.
Yeah, it looked like it. He was on the edge. So it could have been a nice kill to find before the bailout, but sometimes it doesn't line up. Down mid though.
Yeah, Solji being chased down. Kid's still going to try and help him out with the Rolling Thunder. Will allow Soldier to get himself out of there, but now Dendi has caught the Pangolier into the lasso as well to lock him down. Kits somehow still alive, still trying to run, but could not make it. He is gone. Now Bino may just be joining him, as Funnick will pick up a double kill on the Beastmaster.
Manages to clear out. He's working towards his Ags as well. With Vanguard up, much harder to pierce down that hero. Fade.
Dendi's going to try for this. He's feeling pretty farmed up on the Storm at the moment. Has infinite mana thanks to Stominant being right behind him as well. And Dendi able to pick up a killing spree now on the Storm. 3-0-1 is the scoreline here for the Storm so far. And a pretty fantastic start for Dendi. It should be a fairly strong Storm game for him this game.
Yeah, again, you've got the battery in the form of the Coddle. You've got your early Falcon Blade done. Your Witchblade's almost done as well, flying out. So you're hitting your early timing. For the side of Felt, again, this is probably just down to not having support levels. You managed to finally hit level 6 in Albino Zebra. So you can look for some bigger dual plays. You can look for those Ancient Seal, Mystic Flare combinations coming out. And for Fade, he has the Blade Mail. So it's a little bit comfier going up against this output as well, if you can find the angle in. But Bait doing a great job. I mean, they get the 3k lead going for their side off the back of these pickoffs. Both Fade and Kit's not having a particularly good time coming out of the laning phase. Their timings are stalled out. You really need to blink up on the LC to start getting control here. And for Kits, every single second, every single minute you're delayed on your diffusal, it also is a huge delay in your power spike. We talked about the camps to be cleared out here. Funnick already getting to work on the triangle. I believe he cleared out some of the initial stacks already, but there's always fresh stacks coming out here on the side of Bait. And no contestation coming out from Felt. They're just not on that opposite side of a river. Some value is there for Bait.
Mid-river, Bait's dominant. Rotating. Fade is around. Or rushing for the shield rune. Dendi is going to be able to pick it up, but they got the Ancient Seal off. Problem is they still are unable to catch him with the Jewel of Fade. Has the Blade Mail, but does not have the blink up yet, so they really cannot catch Dendi at the moment. Not safely, anyway. That's kind of the important thing, it feels like, for Phil. Like, this blink timing on Fade just seems so important to be able to slow down the storm, and we just haven't seen it yet. You might really just want to prioritize farming that up before you do go again, but another smoke has been popped. Down towards the bottom lane they go. And Fade may just be feeling like he really wants some dual damage right now because he's still sitting on 0. Plus 10 would be nice.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe even plus 18 if he's able to get level 10 before they go for that duel, but the smoke is broken. Lodine was not spotted out on the Batrider, and it seems like Bait are pretty well aware that this smoke is happening. So they'll just take the Ancient stacks here for Funnick. And, well, sadly for Felt, they are a little bit late to the party.
Just not finding in with his map movement. And it's just leading Bait to be much more efficient. You know, all their heroes are farming. They hit the Ags timing now for Funnick, so more output, more sustain coming out from the Beastmaster, better farming as well to keep that gold building up. And it's actually a pretty interesting build, right? Like, Ags into CK is, well, those are illusions you can lifesteal off of. Granted, these illusions are pretty beefy and they do a lot of damage. So I don't think it's as straightforward for the Beastmaster, but that does provide some stall out here for the side of Bait. They're getting a lot of room out to have Stonebank farm up. Is rushing into the full Mjolnir. Does have the Maelstrom running.
Big pick off here for the side of Bait if they can get it, but now they're the ones in danger. Lodine needing to back off. Kids dropping very, very low, but nobody is able to secure the kill onto the Pengo. And in fact, Lodine's even out of there. Solji is still having a look around to see if he can find the Batrider. Instead, mid lane again, the zip is there onto Hidden Mune. The CK completely alone is going to drop. Nobody able to help him out. Is now Felt are on the run. Solji trying to get out of there. He will be okay, but the mid tier 1 tower is going to drop here for Bait. Felt that they've really dropped the ball here in this game too, I'll tell you, John. At least for now, they're not looking too healthy.
It's just boiling down to the fact that you couldn't get this EXP going for Albino Zebra, and now when you clump up and you're really not finding much, you're not able to get any duels up on Fade when he has gone for these early duel wins. It's time for you to just sit back and farm, which is exactly what Bait want to do anyway. Like, their lineup's a little bit greedier, running Batrider support. You've got a Lifestealer who needs a lot of farm, but you are finding that farm. Like, you've managed to dictate this game, and from Felt, it hasn't felt like they've been able to do much to influence this game past the laning phase. Like, again, we're just not seeing the tie-in of the Skywrath Mage plus the LC. It's just not leading to much activity. Maybe when you get this blink up on Fade, the game changes a little bit, but it's still challenging. Like, that output of Bait is just growing higher and higher.
Here we go again. Team fight to break out. They have got the lasso on Solji, so Solji going to drop as Bait still fighting to try and force us to a game 3.
Dire's middle tower
And looking very good for now as they have a 6k advantage. There's those drums you love to hear as well, John. Funnick's got him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
Bait.
has fallen.
Again, still, well and truly in the lead. Their game to lose. I mean, you really don't want to throw this kind of lead away. Everything's just going perfectly for you. So now we could have the saving grace fulfilled because Fade does have the blink on the way. Still no jewels being won yet for the LC, but I think it's about time that he starts making those jewels happen.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, you need to start getting some aggression out here on the side of Felt. Yeah, just play with Albino, Zebra, and Fade. Have them connect, have them look for these dual wins. And once you get a good chunk of damage, it's also going to be a good chunk of gold. You can start to get a little bit more Lodine.
Yeah, getting caught out here. Lodine is going to drop. Kits will take the kill.
I always find a way to gain the upper hand.
Not too big of a kill, but it's something for Phil.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah, I
is
think
under attack.
again they probably should be prioritizing trying to make this LC blink get to work. They might have a chance too very soon because Beta going for Roshan.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I would run up to the top left of the corner of the map, and Roshan is officially underway here for Bait. Felt they are around the corner. They could try to make their way there, but it doesn't really feel like they have the knowledge that this is happening. And even if they do, they don't have the vision around that area. Like, against the Hawk vision of Funnick, it'd be pretty rough to find a way into that fight.
Dire's bottom tower.
You've got the secondary life secured. You've got the Infest Bomb with Dendi on hand. You've got the casual Hyperstone sitting in here for Stonebank. So he's doing a lot now on that Lifestealer. And for Felt, they're just defaulting again to sitting back, trying to farm up. We need to see this connection, man. Storm's not the target for the duel, though.
Duel is out. They've got the Storm, but the pop-out is there from Stonebank, sharing the Mystic Flare damage. Still, they do find one. It's the Aegis down on Stonebank. Fade will drop, so will Stominant. Rolling Thunder has been stopped in its tracks as well as Funnick did commit the Roar. They'll lose Soldier to boot here, and Kits is not looking too healthy, as Dendy will drag him back. Double kill for the Storm. Yes, you lose the Aegis, but what does it matter? Felt lose 3 for 1.
Radiant's middle tower.
It doesn't matter at all. Again, just too tanky for Dendi to melt down with a Lifestealer inside him, and
Radiant's
the duel just... You're not getting the wins. You at least find something to slow down, maybe make it a little bit less likely that Fate go onto the high ground, but they'll find a tier 2 for free. They'll be able to take control of that bot jungle, cut off your farm on the side of Felt, and for Felt, it's really awkward, right? Because you feel like this lineup should have been able to do more. They're not able to bait play their cards really well.
When he gets a jewel off, he needs some help though.
healing.
Mystic Flare gonna come in, and yeah, the drums are just healing him up. I mean, he will eventually fall, so it's still a nice pick-off here for Felt. Definitely something they desperately need, but they just can't win a jewel.
They just can't. Like the Crimson Guard coming out as well. Funnick having a great read as to what the issues will be in this game. Just the physical block ensures that Fade and Kits just don't do too much in the middle of these fights. You find something, but you still need a win. Fade has to find a win somewhere. At some point, he's got to get some dual damage in because you're lacking some output, especially when Berna doesn't join in. Like if the CK is not there, then a lot of your physical burst is gone. If your CK does join, the Beastmaster drums just becomes much more valuable. It's a weird circumstance for the side of Felt where they're doing what I believe is the right thing. It's just the right thing doesn't feel good right now. It's just you have to kind of take some scattered fights, just try to give space for the CK, and hope you can come back in with a little bit more to offer. Ag's up and running on Kits. It's a little bit easier for the Pangolier to dish out some damage in the middle of these fights, try to work his way through the barriers, but
Is under attack.
it's still a tough game. And Bait, they're in control. They've done a great job of just really building up this lead for themselves. They're showing us still why Lifestealer can be a good hero. It has been paying off against these strength cores at the very least that Felt has. And for Felt, Playing passive with this kind of lineup is just, it's not a good feeling. You know you want to do more, but you just can't.
Is under attack. Radiant are
Here we
scanning.
go. Top lane.
Dire's top
Both are grouped, but Bait are making their way over, and we know Bait are more than happy to force a fight at the moment. Feld are probably the ones that want to avoid this kind of circumstance. It is coming though. Bait still smoked up, moving in. Stominant gets 4-star forward. Kits, he's going to get jumped immediately. Stonebank jumping in to try and help out. They've already got Kits under control. The Pango, he can't get away. At least they do kill off Lowline as a trade, but it's not going to be worth it. Felt are falling apart in game 2. Soldier's going to drop. Hit immune, the last target does go down. A full team wipe for Bait. On the brighter side, John, they won a duel. That happened.
And that's a positive. You get your first duel win out. 28 damage immediately coming out there for Fade. But how do you deal with this? Like, the Infest, you're way too tanky on Dendi to focus him down. The supports stand all the way in the back line, as we can see in the replay. And they throw everything out. It's still not enough. They managed to get that control on Kits before he gets the Rolling Thunder off, and you can't do anything. Like, the angles are just too tough. The Crimson Guard providing so much in the middle of these fights. And to sustain, you're getting on Funnick with the Ags. This is a pretty decent Drums of Slom game, man. We're just not feeling the effect of getting this farm on Burna. Your CK is actually doing nothing here.
Certainly is not. The CK proving to not be the greatest position one, and he's certainly just very far behind in farm as well as the CK. Like, it's kind of the thing with these style of position ones is you want to be ahead in farm, or at least kind of on equal footing. But Bait is really waking up in game 2 and showing they are still a team to respect in this series against Feld. They are now looking for that the bottom tier 2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is
They'll be
under
able to
attack.
get away with this quite freely, I think, though TPs are incoming. Kids threatening with the Rolling Thunder, gonna force Stonebank away. They have a very nice observer ward behind the tier 2 tower that's giving the vision of these TPs coming in. Bait, though, they are still smoked up around Solji. Smoke does break on Storminen. Funnick will have his smoke broken as well. Fade seems like he thought about going in, but he gets roared immediately. Now the lasso's out. They got Kits with that, so he can't Rolling Thunder. He'll eventually be able to get it off, but can they actually turn this team fight around? It doesn't really feel like it. They've lost 2 already. Dendi's going to go for a 3rd now. Albino Zebra going down. They do pick off Dendi, though. That's a nice one. A wicked 6 streak going the way of Kits. So a lot of gold being brought back the way it felt in just that one kill. But it's still not going to be able to save this tier 2 bottom tower that should just go down.
Yeah, and it's also not enough to really put a massive dent in what Bates managed to build up. You're going to need a lot more of these
Tower has fallen.
sort of weird pickoffs coming out from Fault to really gain control back in the game. And it was really down to Dendi maybe just going a little bit too far forward without popping his BKB. Chain control comes in. Punishment is there, but Felter is still in a really awkward position. Only one outer tower left. You're still lagging behind in a big way on Burna and pretty much every other core. The halberd timing here from Fade is going to be big. It's just whether or not he can meet that timing now. It's the real issue here. Zbadar is still in control. The Infest bombs on Dendi have been massive. Burna's just not able to do as much. They have a shield runer protecting here as well.
Radiant's bottom
Then he's
tower
going to have more to play with.
Radiant are scanning.
They are. Felt's still grouped up. Still trying to find a way back into this game too. Need a lot more time though for the CK to feel like a real menace. Bait gonna smoke up again. They want to keep pressing this advantage. 17k net worth ahead. Just such a powerful team at the moment. As I run right into Soldier here on the techies, who's trying to push out the top wave. Easy kill for Dendi to just zip in on. That man will enjoy that kill. Thank you very much. And with the techies down, they'll feel a little bit more confident to maybe pressure the top tier 2 tower while they're at it. No, hit immune. May get caught. Funnick gonna spot him out with the Hawk. He does not see them yet. Roar is there. It's available. But hit immune. He gets the illusions off in time. Problem is the lasso is gonna drag the right CK away as Funnick will finally pop the Roar once the BKB's over. And the CK, well, he's trying, but he will not be able to survive. Jewel is up from Fade. He's gonna lose the Jewel though. Funnick enjoying some extra damage for himself now. As Kids is still trying to at least get Funnick. 3 down for Felt. I believe they even bought back on Solji. In fact, never mind, they did. No, he did buy back. So, a pretty huge loss here for Felt.
That's a massive loss. Bait, again, they're just too hard to pin down. They've got a lot of defensive items up. They're getting a lot of HP back. Witchstone back if he does need to defensively infest. The bombs are just a bit too big for the side of Felt to deal with, and it just feels like they've missed the timing. You know, like this stalled out level 6 on Albino Zebra. The constant jumps in that we saw from Fade early on, just not landing into dual wins. It's starting to haunt them now. You're 20k behind on a lineup that really needed to be up-tempo. Like the CK, it's a decently scaling core, but it does feel like it's a hero that just takes advantage of some early damage spikes more than anything. Bait into Roche number 2 up top. Gonna be able to find us with no real contestation coming out from the side of Felt. They'll have a secondary life ready. They can just dive right in. They've got Cheese to refresh on another hero as well. And they'll just smoke up. Like, we could be 1 or 2 fights away from just a high ground siege here for Bait. And Felt, they've got to show us something, because so far it's been Bait this entire game. They've been the ones taking the initiative. They've been the ones finding these wins. And Felt have just been staring down the barrel of a gun, not really able to stop that bullet.
Felt, I mean, they are still grouping up mid lane. Kids could bait Dendi in. Dendi does go for it. Felt aren't particularly ready for this, so they are still trying to find a blast-off attempt here from Solji, but not quite able to get it, as now Bait have grouped up once again. Kids gonna try and go for a bit of a run before Funny can land a roar onto him. We'll be okay. Meanwhile, hit immune. Reality Rift was there on low dime, but he blinks away in time. Not taking any ticks of damage. Bait, I don't think they're quite ready for high ground yet. But if they could take a successful team fight with the Aegis they do have on Dendi, it'll probably be an immediate rush for the high ground after that. Here we go. Bottom lane, Funnick looking to set up, is going to find both Fade and Solji, but he'll go for the Roar onto Fade instead. The LC locked down, though he is still alive, but he's copying so much damage from Stonebank. He tried to man up. It was nowhere near enough. So both Albino Zebra and Fade end up dropping. Solji able to TP out. But you don't have a buyback available on the LC. So things are looking pretty tough now if Bait at least want to try for a T3 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We're going to be able to shove in mid. There is a fortified to stall for time here from Felt, but Stonebank full AC up. He just doesn't care about any sort of damage right now.
Jump in. Lasso is out. They have caught the CK again. Hit immune. He has not had a good game on this Chaos Knight. And it continues to get worse and worse. As Bait, they will find a bottom T3 tower out of this as well as the mid. Maybe 2 lanes of barracks to come. But Hit immune at least does have buyback, so he can try to get involved once again with his team. Just the question is how they're going to fight this.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
They're going to try with a Rolling Thunder, perhaps from Kids. There it goes, Jewel out. They've caught Stonebank, but he already has the rage off, so he's copying no stuns here. Stonebank just taking down Fade with Funnick. Hit immune's trying to man up. He is too low, gets roared up, he is gone. And the GG may as well be called, as they do call it. And Bait, they do successfully get a game 3 out of this series. Not giving up yet. They don't want tiebreakers, and I can't blame them.
Yeah, they're playing with her all. They make this game look like a stomp for Felt. I mean, you know, they go into the CK. It doesn't feel like the greatest core here. The solution from Stonebank and that Lifestealer was big. Like he wasn't bullied out of lane. He had the Infest Bomb with Dendi. I feel like this hero, Lifestealer's been pretty dead, but Stonebank reminds us why up against certain matchups, up against these strength heroes and having a vehicle for you, Lifestealer is a pretty damn good hero in that sense. And I think for the side of Felt, they've got to it's their turn to reconsider their draft a bit. They allow Funnick to go into the Beastmaster. The Ags buildup was massive in the middle of these fights, and then he gets to dance around with the Storm when you could have banned out the Storm. You picked your Pango, you know that the Storm matchup is not the best, they let it through anyway.
That they do, and I'm just not sure what to think. Like, the CK just did really nothing this game. I don't know whether to blame the player or the hero. Just no impact. Props to Dendi and Funnick, who had a fantastic game here from both the mid and the off lane, just creating so much space for Stonebank. And Stonebank, he wasn't having the best lane in the world at all. It was a pretty rough affair, but still managed to make it work. And for Phil, it's a pretty tough loss, I'd say. Like, this game 2 was just so one-sided for them. You kind of question the mental state going into game 3 now. And we know that Felt have felt pretty bad about their initial 2 weeks in Albino Zebre. He kind of talked to us about the fact that he does kind of attempt to uplift the team by, singing and doing all this other crazy stuff, just being clowny. He might need to do that right now, John, because I don't think Thought are going to be too happy after this game 2.
Yeah, it's a rough go. Maybe just look to, I don't know, get stronger lanes perhaps. To be fair, I feel like their lanes were decent, but they couldn't really maximize that early timing. I guess your LT into Lifestealer lane is probably not the best, but your CK Sky should have maybe done a little bit more to stop. Then again, the Coddle Chakra spam with the Axis is pretty annoying to deal with. Overall, Bait, we talked about what we wanted to see after game 1. They adjust their draft really well. They have a lot more team fight, not necessarily even just team fight, but they had angles to really maximize this single target control they do have on hand, and Felt had no response for it. So really strong adjustment out from Bait, winning out in a massive way in game number 2. And of course, you can see our scoreboard here. Have to give someone MVP. Dendi had a shining performance on that Storm. Very worthy of that MVP here. Again, his connection with Stonebank was really what enabled all of that. Just the Lifestealer bombs were doing work.
I mean, absolutely. Like, we kind of mentioned this during the draft. The Lifestealer, while it looked weird, it did have the, at least the consolation of being a good Lifestealer kind of bomb game with the Storm. And I mean, Dendi, to be frank, even without that Lifestealer combo, he was just popping off as it was. So you've got to give man the props. He did a fantastic job in the mid lane, beating out the Kids Pango. And yeah, but I dare say carried the team almost. Here is the MVP as Bait. And well, with that, John, that only leaves us one more game for this series, and the only series of the day that is between Felt and Bait. Bait one game away from avoiding tiebreakers and avoiding relegation altogether. Felt, again, they don't really have much to play for here. Basically just playing their last game out for fun because they are already secured for Division 1 next tour. So Bait, they're the ones that need this last game victory to try and avoid another day of tiebreakers. We'll head off to a short break, and of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with game number 3 between Felt and Bait. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our final game of this best of 3 series to decide whether we're having tiebreakers tomorrow or not. And it is, of course, going to be between Bait and Felt. In case you just tuned in, it is also MLP Dota and Jonix5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Bait able to force us to a game number 3 here against Felt. I mean, I'll ask you now what Felt need to change up in this next draft because, well, again, Felt don't have anything to play for apart from just standings, John, but at the end of the day, winning is winning. They want to win here in this game 3 if they can. We do have the draft on hand, so we can bring that up. But what do you want to see changed here from Phil?
It's hard to say. I feel like for the most part, that draft was all right. If you are going for Pango in first phase, maybe ban out the Storm. We saw them take care of the Quap and the Ember, leaving the Storm in the pool. I think it's just a pretty decent matchup. And Dendi popped off there. The draft overall, I think Bait managed to unify their draft a little bit better. Not that Felt had a disconnected draft, but they didn't get the timings they needed. You know, like the level 6 of Albino Zebra was really stalled out. You wanted that dual plus Mystic Flare. Didn't really come out at all in that game until maybe like 15, 16 minutes in. And by that point, it felt like it was just way too late. It's also hard to do that up against a Lifestealer who has a Rage. So all of these things just didn't line up for Felt. Maybe get something that's slightly easier to execute. And we'll see if that's something they will manage to get out. They do manage to pick up the techies once more. They ban out the Bat Rider and the Beastmaster. So taking away some comfort here, but Bait go back into what worked. Storm plus Coddle immediately picked up. So you've got that battery once more for Dendi. This time around, I expect Felt to have a pretty solid answer for the Storm mid. You've got a lot of options. Void Spirits in there, Ember Spirits in there, if you want to kind of go that route. So you should just be picking your kits here or here and try to manage that lane. You'll also look for a little bit more lockdown, I suppose, from your pause 5, if possible, for Albino Zebra, just to have a way of, again, locking in that Storm, preventing that snowball effect from kicking in here. But yeah, that's the main part. Just something that you can execute a little bit faster, a little bit easier on Felt, as Bait, when they do get the ball rolling, it tends to be pretty hard to stop that. As we've mentioned before, Bait's laning phase has been one thing that's really shined about this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't blame Bait for just going for the same opening with the Storm Coddle. Like you don't fix what's not broken, though. I mean, I said broken. The Void Spirit is here. It's one hero that may not care so much about the Storm, as it just seems to, at the very least, equalize any kind of lane it plays against. The Storm should still have a bit of an advantage here in terms of harass potential, but overall, I think the Void Spirit won't care too much. And we've seen Kits play this Void Spirit quite a lot over 2 or 3. So not too surprising to see it popping up here for Kits. They've got 2 broken Universal Heroes to get their opening duo started here for Felt. So you couldn't really ask for a better opening, I'd say, in the current meta.
Yeah, I think it's very similar to just opening with Doom Techies as well. Just the priority in Void Spirit because you know your mid matchup. I'm wondering if something like the Doom slides through for either side. I think both Bait and Felt have shown that they can be pretty prolific on that Doom. Again, we mentioned this last time, but Stominant fully out of the darkness. I'm just so surprised. I've never seen so much of Stominant.
It's crazy stuff here, but the light has been helping old Stormin and John. I mean, game 2 looked pretty damn good for them. Obviously, he got the hot tip, just turn on more lights, and chances are, if you can see what you're playing, Jonathan, you probably play a little bit better. So happy days for Stormin. Yeah,
he had a massive impact last time around on that Bat Rider. Keen to see what he'll pick up next, as you know, out of all the players in the league, it feels like Stominant has got the funkiest pause 4s, pause 5s lined up. I want to see what they've got in store here, as they do ban out the Doom and Bloodseeker on Felt. Bait taking out the Silencer, thinking about what to take care of next. I'm wondering as well what Funnick heroes we do have left here for Bait. Beastmaster gone. He has stuff like, say, Snapfire off that not many others play. Maybe you still go with something like the Underlord if it fits the draft. Although I do feel like Funnick's been taking a more active position, or a hero that can farm and then have a lot of impact. The Underlord feels like it's a hero that needs a decent amount of farm, but not too much, and then just has like a really fast pace. I feel like Funnick tends to go for offlaners that scale a little bit better. So I'm keen to see what is allowed through. And for Felt, the big question in my mind is what Fade plays as well, because his LC had very minimal impact in the last game. The lane was decent, but not amazing up against the Lifestealer. So I'm kind of curious what offlaners they'd want here on either side.
It's going to be interesting. I think Fade maybe won't go for the LC again, but to be fair, against the Storm, it's still a decent pickup. It just felt like the blink timing took a little bit too long, and overall, you do see a lot of LCs just go for the Blade Mail first, which is fair enough. Thing is, though, if you kind of lag on the blink and you aren't able to get those initial dual victories off, it can be pretty hard to actually pop off on the LC, as broken of a hero as it may seem. And yeah, I mean, Fade, he may decide he wants to try again. I don't think he was necessarily purely the reason they lost, but again, I think that the timing of the blink did cost them quite a bit.
Yeah, just stalled them out. It's like the blink timing along with maybe the stalled out level 6 and Albino Zebra as well, when they were going for some early run-up duels, just not giving them too much.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
we'll see. I do agree with you though that LC can be a way of pinning down the Storm if you really wanted that. It has to be a blink rush though. If Felt do decide to go back for it. And we'll just have to wait and see. Taking their times in the bans, Bait take out the Skyrat Mage, as that's also a really good solution for the Storm. So not having to worry about the Ancient Seal. Of course, that does take it away from Stominin. So I'm still wondering what this guy will play on support now. He's always had a few funky picks. I guess Enchantress is in the pool again if he wants that.
I don't mind the Ench. I think the Ench is one of those heroes, it's a fun hero to play as a support, because especially in this kind of meta, you can still go for the Dragon Lance into the Hurricane Pike Rush. It's kind of like nobody's going to say anything to you as they go the Lich instead. I guess Lich, pretty nice hero against the Void Spirit. You have a nice way of locking him down with the Gaze. Natural Pervice Builder as well, which is obviously very good against the Void Spirit. And
10 seconds remaining.
the thing is, like, Lich tends to die still quite a lot to the Void Spirit, but it does have a lot of defensive capability with the itemization it does tend to go for, plus the Frost Shield. So can't quite blame Bait for just going ahead and picking that one up. So how do they want to respond? Like, they could just take a pos 4 of their own now, or a pos 5 for Albino. So they do know the support duo of Bait already.
I would say Enchantress is still in the pool, so you could take that to take care of the Frost Shield. I don't know if you really prioritize that, dispelling off the armor, but that is an option that we've seen some teams go, because it does feel like that Frost Shield has been doing a lot and sustaining through a lot of these fights. Granted, you can't dispel it on buildings, so the push is still going to be slowing down no matter what, but you have some ways of softening up these heroes. And again, as you mentioned, Enchantress is a hero that just kind of scales up. You can pretty much just play as a core without anyone asking questions. Kind of like Flinks, right? Flinks is kind of the same concept. They do go for the Disruptor, so that's your Storm counter there with the Static Storm and the Kinetic Field. So you've got a solid way of locking in Dendi in this game, keeping him suppressed, preventing him from just jumping the back line. You don't have an easy way, again, to answer for the Frost Shield, but maybe you don't even care about it on the side of Felt. Would want to see some presence from the offlane for Fade here. What's in the pool for him to pick? It's sort of awkward for him to take the offlane at this point, to be fair. You don't have your lane matchup. Maybe you can go with the Underlord. Just build up in the circles, have an Aura Carrier on hand. They go with a Wind Ranger. Okay.
We've seen this hero pop off. I know you in particular love to bring up the stats of the win rate of the Wind Ranger not being too high at the moment, which I feel like most of the games we have seen Wind Ranger win has been up just RTZ. So
5 seconds remaining.
See if they can make it work on Felt. I mean, Bait, if they don't have the option for the Bloodseeker this game, which is a bit of a shame. Would have been a very nice Bloodseeker game here for Stonebank. What else do you want against this Wind Ranger Void Spirit? Like, so much mobility available right now. You won't want something like the Lifestealer again, even though you do have gap close with the Storm. If you did want to run it back, try to get a second win in a row with the Lifestealer, it is certainly a game where you could make it happen, but the problem is against the Wind Ranger Void Spirit. It just feels like the kiting potential is way too high.
Yeah.
For now, they're going to go down the Underlord route for Funix, so he won't have Beastmaster again because it was already banned out. Does get the Underlord, so the Pit of Malice, some really nice lockdown, and you can still build up into Rod of Atos if you really want, though it tends to be quite unnecessary. You tend to just go for the aura build up anyway. And obviously, as we saw it from our first game, building a Crimson Guard from the offlane is going to be very effective against heroes like the Wind Ranger and the Void Spirit, so you might just be better off just going down that route, you know? Guardian Greaves, Crimson Guard, just aura builds are usually pretty strong at the moment.
Yeah, I think just Atrophy itself is already a great counter. Like, you've got Atrophy and Frost Shield, so the Wind Ranger game doesn't feel amazing. You're not going to be able to burst down a lot of heroes, even from the laning phase, even from your initial, say, Javelin Spike on this hero. It's not going to feel amazing to try and focus fire someone down. Bait has some really good answers on hand. It's a little bit tough for the Wind Ranger to hold that lane as well. Like, you can kind of win, run, dance around, but the Underlord still has lane control. Underlord plus Kotl lane is rather interesting because you do fix the mana issues the Underlord has early on. So you can just keep spamming out the Firestorm, make it awkward for the Wind Ranger to farm, and just win out that lane. Get the build up, get the aura. Vanguard into Crimson Guard is really the big one here, as it ensures your Wind Ranger will do pretty much 0 damage in a lot of these fights. Like, that is the shortcoming of the Wind Ranger. Very single target focused. It's very physical damage focused as well with Focus Fire. Power Shot's nice, but it's not the big be-all, end-all spell for the Wind Ranger. You don't have an answer for the Atrophy and Frost Shield. It's just pretty awkward for Felt. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not digging the Wind Ranger this game. We saw its shortcomings in game number 1 as well. And this game doesn't feel any better for the Wind Ranger. Gonna be a little bit difficult for Burna to get started here, unless there's some weird flex that Felt will do. Like, say, well, I don't think mid Wind Ranger is amazing against Storm Hider, but you could try that with a Safe Lane Void Spirit, I suppose. Pick up the Darkseer now on Felt's end. So you do at least get the Darkseer Techie's lane. That's pretty damn strong. Blast Off with Iron Shell can burn down a lot of heroes. You've got some good team fight to tie into that Static Storm as well. Vac Wall into Static Storm Kinetic Field is a lot of output. And you've got an Aura Carrier. There's some solutions here from Felt. Bait into the Sven. That is the counter. Clear out the illusions, no problem. Even more armor. Like, you've got Warcry, Frost Shield, and Atrophy. There is no damage that Burna will do on the Wind Ranger. It is not going to do much at all in the Focus Fire.
It's a lot of defense coming up from Bait Esports. I actually like it quite a lot. I don't know how to feel about the Sven as a position 1, but to be fair to Stonebank, there wasn't really much left that in terms of position 1s that are feeling good right now. So he'll just go for the POS 1 that offers his team more sustainability. And we've seen Sven still pop off here and there. So at the very least, you have a pretty quick kind of flash farming POS 1. The bonus armor, as you've already stated, going to make life even more challenging for the physical cause of Felt being hit immune and kits. I can't wait to see how it pans out. Like, I'll be frank with you, John, I'm not a big believer right now in this offlane Darkseer. I think the only time I really enjoy seeing it is against the Medusa. And I realize you have pointed out, like, there is a few kind of wombo combos that can be run with the Vacuum into the Static Storm and the Blast-Offs and everything else. But in terms of the individual hero and what it's up against, I do not see the value that they're looking for.
Yeah, it doesn't feel amazing. I think you should be able to sustain through on Bait. For Felt, especially in the offlane, level 3 is the big timing. Like, level 2 Iron Shell with Blast Off is probably what you're looking for. Even then, I don't think it's enough to rip through Sven. Like, that guy's just way too durable, has a good amount of strength gain in lane, decent armor again with Warcry. So how much Felt can do to stop Stonebank from farming is up in the air. And they've got to execute on Felt. This is a lineup that's going to require some really good execution. I think it's not forgiving if you can't land that combination, right? Like, say you Static Storm just for Storm, you leave a lot of options for the Sven to dance around here, for you to get run down, for the armor to be overwhelming. So you have to take these team fights pretty smart from Felt, and you've got to get some strong lanes, which, again, easier said than done. Outside of the one lane for kits, I think everything else is not the easiest time in these dual lanes here, Mike.
No, it certainly isn't, John, but we'll get into game number 3. We'll see exactly what happens in this game. Bait playing for their lives in Div 1, trying to avoid tiebreakers, and Felt playing for the win. That's all that matters for them. Let's head into game number 3, see what's going to happen. I'm very excited. Hopefully it's a nice close game. So it has been a fairly close matchup between these boys, so it's been a good series overall. As Bait, they're going to run right into Feld. It's going to be a 5v5 and a huge stun out from Stonebank. It's the Stormhammer landing on 5. You don't really see that too often, John. Albino, there's no way he gets out. Oh, he's still fine. Albino barely makes it out. But look at that. I mean, a 5-man Stormhammer. When's the last time you saw that?
30 seconds.
Not too often, but it looks amazing. The tips are there from both sides. Really good block from Fade to ensure the last right click coming out from Funnick wouldn't come in. They are forced to get Glimpse of 1, but it's not the worst thing in the world, of course, as the Disruptor to just cut off Stonebank as well. Still, you know, yeah, you force Albino Zebra all the way back. To be fair, he's not going to miss too much in the lane. See some contestation over these runes still.
Should be a 2 for 2. Fade's running for the other one down south. And he will be able to get it. Stonebank unable to keep up. Bit of a high five here in the jungle. Fade and Stonebank having a little bit of fun.
Your life, much like your head.
We'll start off with the mid lane as per always, though. You're going to have kits on the Void Spirit against Dendi on the Storm Spirit. Obviously, Dendi popping off last game. Against Void Spirit, I think it could be a bit more of a challenging mission to complete here for Dendi, as the lane should not be quite as easy as it was against the Pango. But what are you thinking here, John?
It's maybe a little bit tougher up against Void Spirit. He can apply a good amount of damage himself, even though he has to go a little bit close, put him in range of the Remnants, the Vortex, the Overload attacks. But it's a Void Spirit. His right-click trade is huge. If he lands 8 Remnant, gets a couple of auto attacks off, it starts to feel pretty awkward for the Storm. Rune control is the big aspect of this matchup as well, and that earlier level 6 timing still stands. So it's going to be down to who manages to get maybe a little bit more out of the denies. I think that's going to be more important than the actual CS just for the levels. And yeah, when you land a Remnant, get a couple of right clicks, that's when it starts to feel awkward for the Storm. But level 3 for Dendi is pretty big if he does manage to get the double overload off as well.
What about the side lanes? Like, what's happening top lane? Hit immune Albino Zebra against Funnick and Stominant. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty boring lane, I suppose, between these two duos, but we may as well quickly go over it, John. Anything to keep an eye out for? Like, I imagine both cores in this top lane should be able to find some farm.
Yeah, not much to really take away from either side. You might be able to maybe get aggressive on Stominant, but even then, that's not the biggest deal. You just AFK farm for Funnick, get into the Vanguard. And once you're there, say level 4, level 5, going for maybe a 2-0-3 or 2-1-2 by 5, the Wind Ranger is not going to do much. It's just the nature of the hero. You have to deal with atrophy, your physical output core on the right click. It's not going to be one of those games where the Wind Ranger looks completely busted here.
Yeah, probably not. And that bottom lane, of course. The one lane we haven't really gone over yet. Fade on the Darkseer, along with Soldier on the Techies against Stonebank. On the Pos 1 Sven, and of course Lodine, gonna be there on the Lich. I kind of, like, I don't want to say I find it hard to see Bait losing anyone at this bottom lane, because with the amount of magical damage you can deal to this Sven, that could very well happen. But I feel like Bait are the ones that might be able to secure kills here. Like with the Lich Sven, you can't really underestimate how much damage they can deal quite quickly. And, well, as I say that, here we go. The jumps in. Lodine going to be targeted. He doesn't have Frost Shield yet, but he does have stick charges. He's going to survive, just barely. But it seems like Felt intending on proving me wrong pretty early on, as the sticky bomb is going to land. Lodine is barely going to survive. For now. Though Fade is trying to see if he can snipe this Lich. He's going to move in. Lodine will go for the gaze out, but Fade is just trying to creep skip at the moment. Has level 2 Iron Shell with the Ring of Health, so he can do this. And he can just stack it up on the small camp like this. Get that farm efficiency going. With Lodine being this low, he can't really do anything but die here to Solji, who was completely anticipating where he was going to be. Very nice pick off here from Solji.
That's what we need to see from that off lane. Play with the Iron Shell plus the techies. Blast off, and you can start to win out this lane. It's a little bit challenging for Stonebank. At the same time, he's not really being slowed down in the CS. So you're probably fine with just trading your Lich away for that, as long as your core Sven is farming. Some attention down mid here onto Kits, but no mana on Dendi. It's fairly low on Void Spirit and doesn't manage to find his water rune, so bit of an awkward spot for Kits. None of his support's dead as well for the rotation up to fill up his bottle. Overall, Dendi's just going to have a bit of a better go into the level 5 timing. But still, that advantage still holds for Kits. A little bit ahead, more denies under his belt. Should find his Astral Step faster than the Zip here.
Bottom. Stormhammer out. Fade's going to be chased down. But Fade's just fine. In fact, Stonebank, now the one that needs to retreat. Solji was having a look for a nice blast-off attempt. Kind of thing, like all this bonus armor you can get as the Sven, not really going to matter too much with all the magic damage they can pump out. Lodine not really helping the cause without any points in the Frost Shield, but here we go again. They'll try onto Solji. They do have the Stormhammer to throw out. Stonebank will eventually land it, and Solji is going to be the one to go down, which is what I was expecting a little bit early on.
Just punish on techies, ensure that the aggressive play from Felt is held back. You're still pretty happy for Fade to keep farming up like this, though. So again, sacrificing your supports for both these cores, not the biggest deal in the world. Vanguard up and running now for Fade. Should be secure in that lane. Not too many issues. You'll also get the bottle top up going for Kits down mid, with Solji kind of resetting. Although,
Albino mid lane. Not sure what the idea was there, but he's going to get caught out and feeds a kill over to Dendi. Now Solji even shows up. Gaze out from Lodine, though he was trying to catch Solji mid-blast off, but messes it up just a little bit. Still very nice D-ward there from Lodine. Going to find himself a bit of bonus gold here for himself. They do try and secure a power rune for Dendi. Sadly, Dendi misses out, does not get too lucky. Kids jumps in to try and harass him, but ultimately runs out of mana as Solji picks off Lodine. Lodine denying off the Arcane rune, but it does cost his life for it.
yeah, it's maybe not the best sacrifice at that point. At the same time, at least you prevent Kits from having that rune to start playing aggressively. We're seeing a lot of space coming out for Stonebank down bot, just stacking up a camp, clearing it out, no problems. Aggressive again, though.
Nice glimpse there onto Lodine, who just TP'd in. Bino Zebra sending Lodine right back to the base, but at the least, Dendi is going to survive because, again, Kits was a bit too low on mana to really commit the second Astral Step charge, so could not secure the kill onto Dendi.
And again, like lots of emphasis mid. Both sides understanding the launching points are going to be one of these Spirit Brothers. It's preventing any rapid buildup. They're clearing out the stacks now on bait. Good amount of farm to go both Dendi and Funix way. Good amount of EXP as well. The gold injections are coming in. You would want to save the Ancients for your Sven. Stonebank, once he hits that Mask of Madness, should be able to clear out. So, no contestation coming out from Felt. Should be some free stacks for good old Stonebank to find. And a rather even start overall, but that even start feels better for bait. Like, with Felt's draft, feels like you want this early aggression here. They'll try and Stonebank once more.
The wall has been dropped. Stonebank, though, just casually runs out of it. Not much the wall's going to do this early on, sadly, here for Fade.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It goes back to the fact that you have a Lich and a Sven. Like, it's these guys not going to die this early on to the wall illusions, that's for sure. Dendi zips away. Nice sticky bomb from Dendi, but still able to get out for now. Though a nice Aether Remnant landing from Kits. Blast off is not going to be on target, though Dendi is still being chased out. But the Storm are able to just constantly zip away. And Stominan's just been around constantly just handing over Chakra Magic to Dendi every time he needs it. Meanwhile, Funnick, though, top lane, barely able to TP out. Does barely survive. And can just Fiend's Gate back to the laning stage if he needs to.
Yeah, no rush. We'll just gate back. Yeah, why not? You're not gonna look for any aggressive plays anytime soon on this Underlord. You just want your auras to be up. Albino Zebra sends him home, but he can just gate through again.
Surprise! The thing is, they do have decent kill threat on the Underlord because you do have the Maelstrom already up. Hiramune literally rushing the Maelstrom instead of going for any form of boots. See, the Maelstrom not caring so much about the atrophy aura of the Underlord, so Funnick does need to be a little bit wary of that as bottom lane. Lowdyne chases out, does cancel the blast off with the gaze, but in comes Kids to ensure that somebody is going to die. And Fade will be the one to take the kill with the Iron Shell of the Darkseer. And lines have been drawn out directly towards Stonebank. But Stonebank, realizing they're around and probably are going to make their way over to him, does TP towards the Ancient Stacks that Funnick is ready to Firestorm. And they'll just take it together. No God Strength necessary. Just plenty of XP and gold to go both the way of Funnick and Stonebank. And sharing is caring. But Funnick, being the nice guy he is, he will leave the big creeps here for Stonebank to finish off.
Good amount of gold getting injected. Speeds up your timing into that Echo Saber, which is when the Sven starts to really get a little bit scary up front in these fights with all the strength he'll have. Felt doing a great job of keeping this game equal, though. They're getting that space out for Fade. He's also working up, starting to get his item build-up going. Now, Burna, for his part, on the Wind Ranger, left alone, so the pressure's not quite there from Funnick, and a bit of a smoke play out here.
Indeed. Jump in. This is a big pick off. Blast off's gonna land. Perfect initiation there from Kids. Now they're looking for more mid lane. They know both supports are around. Lowdyne's gonna get glimpsed back. Sticky Bomb is gonna land, but Kids is being rather hesitant because he doesn't have the Aether Remnant. In comes Funnick here with the Fiend's Gate. Albino, though, he's able to walk away. 10 HP he survives on. Kid's still going. In comes Hitamune now, going on to Funnick. Hitamune not dealing as much damage as he would like, I'm sure, as Stonebank's going to show up and Hitamune's dead. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
What, they had such a good fight.
I mean, it looked decent. Oh, you managed to, earlier on with the gank at least kill off Dendi, then you clean up Lowdyne, but you jump in very... I like that move out from Burna to walk through the gate, but even with Maelstrom, you're reliant on those procs for damage. You saw how much damage Funnick was taking, literally no damage. And it's only when you get the Maelstrom proc, which is unfortunately not on Burna's side there. So you don't manage to get that much for your effort. You're much happier on bait. Get that aggressive movement out, and now they might look for something top.
I mean, they're going to try again. This is a tanky boy, though, and he's got help incoming. Stonebank going to show up now with the Stormhammer being thrown onto Hitamune, who's trying to wind run away, but he never gets it off. Oh, he waited too long. The gaze connects, and suddenly bait. Finding two targets. Finding the pos 1 of Felt, and they can move on to the top tier 1, no problem.
They've got the damage. They've got quite a fair bit more time on God Strength as well. Echo Saber up and running now for Stonebank into the blink. They're TPing into defend.
I don't know about this Fade. We get locked down. Stonebank with the God Strength still wants to keep going. Even has the Echo Saber now as Kits is going to try and jump in as well with the Dissimulate, but Kits needs to retreat. Stonebank proving to be a little bit too tanky at the moment as they are still trying to jump Fade. Fade will get away, glimpses back onto Funnick as well to ensure they cannot lock down Kits, but Fade is still in huge trouble. Stonebank able to pick up another here on the Sven. This is what I was saying about the Darkseer, John. This hero, it can feel pretty lackluster if it's not in the right style of draft against the right style of draft, and that's what I'm feeling it is right now.
That doesn't feel great. Maybe down the line, again, you get that combination off, it could look good, but as it is right now, it's not particularly amazing. It didn't really completely crush the lane up against Stonebank. the illusions are not going to be doing too much damage as of yet until some of these heroes start to scale up on bait. I'm not the biggest fan of this build as well from Fade. Like Echo Saber plus Vanguard into Ags. Like surely if you went perhaps Guardian Greaves, Crimson Guard, you have a better shot at sustaining true what Stonebank wants to do in the middle of this. Heck, maybe even a Halberd as a build-up. It doesn't feel like a high-priority Ags game at all. Like, sure, you can punch the Sven, you can prevent some TPs from coming out, but those illusions just aren't going to do enough in this game. They'll just melt to the cleave damage of Stonebank, and he will be able to clear them out pretty damn fast in these big fights.
Here we go again. Smoke is out. Feeling like they need to do something. Dendi with a nice juke out on the 8th. The Remnant, very quick reactions, but now he needs to find a way out because he's out of mana. Kits is the one in danger. Kits locked down. Kits is gone. The Rod of Atos from Funnick. He does end up going for it in the end, and it's paying off dividends already. They root the Void Spirit. They take him out. Bait now 3k advantage, looking so strong in this game 3. Might even just take a tier 1 tower while they're at it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not going to be stopped. I mean, this side of Felt just don't have a response. They have to wait for more to be up and running on Fade and on Burna, on the Wind Ranger. The BKB build up by the Wind Ranger, it's nice. You can sustain through the front. You're not going to be chain stunned, but you're not going to do damage. That's my issue this game. You don't have a way of just ripping through. You don't have the magical output to kind of control these fights. You could start to connect now with Albino Zebra, but a Static Storm. If they had that on the Vac wall, it might have been a little bit better, but it doesn't come out. And we'll have to see if the opportunity will present itself now for Felt, because Vac wall, Static Storm is still the combination you go down to. And that should provide you some openings to try and lock in Dendi, try to find a way to melt through Stonebank. But again, it takes a level of execution here for Felt, and it also takes a little bit of mispositioning from Bait to really maximize this, which we haven't really seen Bait give that many opportunities throughout Game 2 and Game 3 so far.
We felt they're not out of this game yet. Still a 3k advantage the way of Bait, but nevertheless, I mean, you're still within this game, still possible to make the comeback. I gotta tell you, I really don't know how to feel about this Darkseer Echo Saber that Fade's built up. It's obviously you might think about Harpoon, but it's a pretty weird build for a Darkseer, to say the least.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, he is universal, I guess, so more
Yeah,
damage,
he
sure.
is.
But
Radiant's
I know,
bottom
like,
tower
I
is
guess
under attack.
a double hit with your normal punch when that's up sounds pretty good. You got the stun, you can hold back in your second hit, you got the slow on top, so could be nice, not particularly amazing. There's some room here for Felt to keep pushing down bot at the least, although the TPs are coming in into the Remnant though. And glimpse
nice.
back.
Very nice glimpse. Fiend's Gate is still there though. Dendi jumping in immediately, going after Kits, who's already so darn low. Trying to zip away is just not gonna get out. Kits is gone. Albino Zebra also dropping. And Stonebank never even came with the team. He was like, you know what? If they're gonna glimpse me, I'm staying up top.
Radiant's
I'm gonna
middle
keep
tower
farming,
is
boys.
under attack.
You guys get it done.
Yeah, why not? Just keep that build up. He did pop the God Strength, so he wants to get something out of it. Felt like he was not necessary in that fight. And they've got room to play what they want, do what they want right now on the side of Bait. Felt.
Radiant's bottom tower
And this is
under
time to farm. For Burna, this is time for him to go into the Gleipnir. Is inching closer towards it, much preferable over the BKB that he's looking for. You need a little bit more offense than defense here on Felt. This should give them some hold. This should maybe even provide setup for that Vac wall into the Static Storm. With the AoE route you do get out. So there's some options here for Felt. The lead from Bait, not completely shutting out Felt. You know, it's like a 5k lead at 18 minutes. We've seen worse. We've seen comebacks from this kind of lead. Felt's definitely still in the running, so they will go for a smoke play.
Hit a Malice from Funnick just blindly.
Radiant's
Case the power rune.
scanning.
Was to be swiped here by Feld, but they do not go for it. Double damage here for Dendi. Immediately they want to fight off this naturally. I mean, just a double damage on your Storm that has the constant mana coming in from the Coddle is going to feel so good as Kit's already caught out. Oh, they are just destroying the Void Spirit this game. Funnick, just so much impact on this Underlord. Again, this Rod of Atos and Pit of Malice build-up, it's pretty classic for Underlord, but man, the value he's finding out of it this game is just ridiculous.
He's getting a lot. Way too much value in that hold. It's going to take a while. If you don't have a self-dispel anywhere on hand here, from the side, I felt your supports are really safe if they catch one more.
Yeah, Soldier, he was trying to skip the creep wave. A lot of disarms coming out here with the taser, but it's only going to delay the inevitable for him as Funnick finds his 5th kill of the game, 5-0-4 now on the Underlord. There's that Aghanim Scepter for the Darkseer you talked about, by the way. John Fade does have picked it up, and well, there you go. I mean, he literally just built the Echo Saber to disassemble it. You know, it is what it is. It works.
I suppose that's one way to go about it. I'm curious what he does with the staff next. Maybe Mage Slayer into like a Bloodtorn could be one way to go. A little bit more durability coming out there as well, as he is starting to farm up into the pipe. Side of Felt taking an aggressive posture here. They saw Kits, but he's kind of hiding around.
Well, they are rushing down here, Felt. They seem like they want to prepare for a fight. Don't know if the Ags is going to make the big difference that Felt are looking for, to be fair. Like, you don't have anything like a Blink Initiation for the Darkseer. Just going to rely on Surge to make your way over. They could try to beam around for next Roshan, which has walked its way in through the Twin Gates. His bait are also around here, and they will reveal themselves on that bottom creep wave, but Felt, they're going to start Roshan anyway. Smoke is out, bait rushing right towards the pit. Solji might be in position to break the smoke, but no, he narrowly misses it. So Stonebank could blink in here, but he's going to be doing it completely blind. Still, they'll find Albino Zebra, and he's just gone. Immediate death out. Shackle to lock down the Sven, but they've even got Solji under control thanks to Dendi, as they are still trying to fight, but the root is out. They've caught Hidden Mute on the Wind Ranger, and he's got no way. There's just too much lockdown from Funnick. As Kits. He was trying to go through the Fiend's Gate. It does wear out just in the nick of time, but he does TP away. He's all right.
Oh,
Roshan, however, is going to go the way of bait pretty freely, in fact.
Yeah, it could have been pretty bad if Kits couldn't TP out there. Manages to find a good spot in the tree line to bail out. But the issue still stands. Like, you instantly lose your Disruptor. You get this good back opportunity, good back wall, but where's the follow-up? You need the Disruptor, and he cops the smoke. You know, he's the one that gets caught off by the steps into Roche. And that's the one kill you cannot afford to give away on Felt. Like, you have to have that Disruptor. You have to have that back wall. You also have to pop Focus Fire on Burner on Roche, so he has no option, no play in the middle of that fight. You just don't have...
I mean, Lodine's by himself, to be fair, but he does scare Hidamune away from that ancient camp. Bait were just very focused on taking the bottom tier 1. Meanwhile, top lane, Dendi gonna find Solji. Glimmercape gonna make it a little bit challenging to pick him off. Dendi still having a look around. Does not have the Vortex anymore, so can't stop the TP. Hidamune, however, he's a sitting duck right now if he gets caught in that triangle. Instead, they might see Albino on the creep wave, and they might just settle for him instead. And it seems like with the glimpse back, he doesn't stand a chance. Never mind. Hidamune shows up for a casual shackle power shot. Tickles Stonebank, who's more than happy to just walk away from that. And it seems like Bait, they might be prepping to try and take the Tormentor away from the Dire End. I mean, why not? Just take everything that you can.
No worries in the world here. They're not going to start it. Things coming out, maybe wanting that tier 2 tower first, and it looks like, nah, go back to the Tormentor. No defense coming out from the side of Felt. So a freebie going the way of Bait. They get the shard up and running on Stominanen. So now they can just drag in Dendi all the way across the map to get these fights started. With a recall, tier 2 still set to fall.
Dire's bottom
And for
tower
Felt,
is under
again,
attack.
it's just down to execution here, Mike. Down to positioning. They need to find a way to get this Vac Wall Static Storm off. And so far, they've been losing Albino Zero far too often. I get it. Someone needs to cop these ganks. Someone needs to get jumped first. It just can't be the Disruptor or your Darkseer. It's got to be someone else. Maybe you just sacrifice Solji at this point. Have him play really forward in the techies
Under attack.
and just try to build off of that instant jump that Bait want to bring out here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. At least for Phil. Like, at least if you do start fights with Solji, like the electric taser does make, or rather reactive taser does make it pretty hard to actually take him down quickly. But, you know, even then, they still do a pretty good job of just shutting the guy down. Thought are just going to take as much time as they possibly can, getting some more farm up.
Are scanning.
Like, I'm looking at Hidimmune's farm right now, and he does have the Gleipnir up, but just, it feels like he's slowed down a lot compared to someone like Stonebank, who has a full nullifier up now. Perfect way of dealing with the wind range of this game. And Solji, bottom lane, is about to get deleted. Stonebank will take him out. 6-0-6 now is the scoreline of the Sven, and they are looking to go right up to the high ground, it seems. Glimpse back casually on Stonebank by a couple seconds there, thanks to Albino Zebra, but ultimately, I think the tier 3 tower is pretty free for Bait.
Are fortified.
Yep.
Dire's
Is set to
middle tower
fall.
is
At least Fortify is still up. So they stall for time here. And they do again have this high ground defense combination on the team fight if they can find this angled somehow, but it doesn't look like they will. Tier 3 falls. Bait play it safe. They back off. They don't want to overextend. Am I the only one seeing Stonebank queue up? Okay, never mind. He was queuing up another Echo Saber. I was like, huh, is that a new build? Double Echo Saber? No, it's the Harpoon.
What if that was a new item, John? What if you could build 2 Echo Sabers, and then instead of 2 hits, you do 4?
That would be pretty
that be
sick.
great?
I was gonna say, yeah, like if they didn't share a cooldown, sounds really fun.
Yeah.
You know, some heroes would really enjoy that. I think it's kind of busted. Can you imagine, you know, Meepo going for the stats? Echo Saber is pretty decent. So you stack Echo Sabers on your Meepos?
Yes.
Imagine that. That is not fun to play up against, Mike.
My only request is if they ever do implement that idea, I want someone, like a hero like Sven should have 2 swords, you know? It should be fun. Like change the
How will he
whole
hold
cosmetic of
both swords?
Sven.
Will he look like the Alchemist Ogre with his 2 swords out?
No.
Except
like,
the swords are
let's-
oversized?
Well, say, I can't make anime references with you, John, because we don't watch the same anime. I can't confidently
There's a
say
lot
you
of
watched
anime
an
with 2
anime with a
swords. What do
sword
you
in it.
mean? There's a lot of anime with 2 gigantic swords.
Have you watched any anime with swords? Because it
Yeah.
feels like you're not the kind of guy.
Gundam has swords, right? That counts. Witch from
no, it
Mercury. Pretty good show. Give it a
Solji.
watch, guys.
I'm trying to interrupt as best I can, John. Solji. He's gonna be okay. Bait. Hit him. Oh no, not hit
Oh,
him.
boy.
Stallman saw him with the Illuminate Vision. Blinding Light knocks him into place. This has not been a great Wind Ranger game, to say the least, John. And this just adds to the stat you love to keep bringing up about Wind Ranger. Just even more losses for the hero by the looks of it.
Yeah, not much you can really do about that. You can a little bit of a hero that only wins and stomps. This is not a stomp in Felt's favor at the very least. High ground begins. They fortify for the melee racks. That means the mid is going to open up here. They're trying to stall for time.
Zip in, Dendy, narrowly missing out on Fade, who has already jumped in. Stonebank's just not really, again, not caring about the illusions, though. Zip back, Dendy, he got Glimpse back, in fact, but he can just zip away. Like, they're not taking any damage. This is without the Crimson Guard being used, by the way, on Funny. Just look at this, like, there's no damage. Funny's literally just walking forward. Dendy's in again. Albino Zebra this time gets a Static Storm, but Dendy has the BKB. Meanwhile, Fade's been caught in the low ground, so he is probably just dead with the Nullifier build-up, but a nice Vacuum and Blast-Off combination might turn this one back around. Perhaps they could try. Lowdine is gone, but that's about all they've got so far. Solji trying to run. He gets destroyed here by the Sven. A nice shackle by Hidimune to try and turn this one. They do get Stonebank. Felt are kind of doing it. It's funny. Trying to get through the gate. Glimpse back, still trying, is not gonna make it. Phil to hold out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They hold out. It does cost them a at least a buyback on Solji, but they find the big kill they want on that Sven. Just takes a lot of effort to get that kill. And again, the Wind Ranger, if you can land the double shackles, it starts to feel like a hero. That's what has to happen every single time when these fights break out. Not the ideal fight for Felt by any means, though. The vac wall coming through without the static storm on top. If he had a static storm, again, maybe that fight's a little bit different. Maybe it works in your favor a little bit earlier on. You don't have to lose your safe lane. For Bait, I mean, they did kind of overstay their welcome. They didn't respect the Fortify and the melee. To be fair, it's a really weird Fortify. So they just stay, overextend, and get punished for it. 20-8. Decent fight for Felt, but Bait still in control. And I don't know if you can repeat that on Felt. Like, again, your high ground's decent if all these spells connect. But you saw the damage issues. You pointed it out. I don't think we saw the Crimson Guard go on at all from Funnick. So when that turns on, I don't think you're doing any damage at all. Literally zero damage.
At least they win the last fight. In some sense, you know, that high ground defense, it means a lot here for Phil. I'm not saying it's turned the game around by any stretch, but it certainly gives them a bit more time to build up those items they need to make the comeback happen. Solji, by the way, John, I don't know if you noticed, he's going for the Axe build up on the techies.
Oh.
Yeah, so the Minefield sign upgrade is coming. Now, I'm a really strong disbeliever in this Aghanim Scepter. I'm not a big fan. But Solji maybe just looking to have a bit of fun. Again, you know, Felt, they don't really have much to play for in this series, apart from forcing a tiebreaker. So I don't blame them for wanting to have a bit of fun here if they do wish. But considering how chaotic these fights have been, considering the fact that you are up against a POS 1 Sven, a POS 3 Underlord, maybe there is inherent value in this Axe. Because they have to run around to get to actually hit people.
Yeah, I mean, you can also just force movement out with a vacuum. So there's a little bit of damage coming out there. Some value coming out. We'll see when Solji does pick it up. He's 800 gold away. Bait with a smoke, though.
Smoke on smoke. Stonebank has his smoke broken. They realize they're around here somewhere. Kids is going to find Funnick, or rather Funnick finds him with the Pit of Malice. A lot of Atos out as well, but there's no follow-up quite yet. A normal punch onto the Sven, drag him back up, but they don't go through the wall. Now the Static Storm being dropped as well. They really want the Sven quite badly, but he's still perfectly fine. He's just tanking through all this damage. In fact, he's healing up with the lifesteal. Felt they need to get out. They've popped everything, and they found nothing for their trouble. Solji trying for a TP. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. I guess if that's the worst of the worst for Feld here in terms of their losses, it's actually pretty good. But they will not be able to contest Roshan, I don't think.
No. Not in position to do so. Not without the wall coming out. Even a Static Storm still a little bit on a cooldown. They're just going to be able to find it here. Another secondary life coming out for the side of Bait, along with a cheese this time around. And Felt, I mean, that was a decent way of taking that fight. You did get Static Storm off, but it was only onto the one. The wall also only clipped 2 heroes coming in. Not quite the ideal execution yet, but you're seeing some sneak peeks into what can happen. Although, even then, it didn't look particularly impressive. If no one's able to really hammer onto Stonebank, this one's just too durable, especially with the Illuminate heal coming out from Stoneman in his ult form. 21-8, 13k lead for Felt. I mean, the timings are still there. Ags on high ground, at the least. That's the one thing. The Minefield sign on high ground could do something.
It could. The one thing I really don't like about the Ags upgrade is the fact that they need to like get so close to actually proc the Minefield to start. Really bothers me quite a little bit. Like within 200 units of the Minefield sign, like that's a little bit too small of a range, don't you think?
Yeah. Like, I'd say, you know, drag them in a little bit because you don't want it to pop right outside your effective radius as well, but a little bit closer than 200, a little bit further out. That's too short.
Kids, he's caught out again. Nullify to make sure he can't get away. And now Fade was trying to help him out, but there's a Fiend's Gate right behind him, so there's no escape route. He is just gonna die. Bait, I think you just try high ground again. Force those buybacks. They'll take a Tormentor first, it looks like. Maybe.
Radiant's middle tower
We were
is under
thinking
attack.
about it, but are kind of fragmented. Not going to be taking the gate back anytime soon. You've got the Ags up and running now on Stamina as well. So the Will-O-Wisp is in play. Even more team fight coming out. There's our techies, Ags. Let's see how much Soldier can do.
Oh, Stonebank. Deleting albino Zebra as he was getting glimpsed away. Albino also has buyback available, but it's the respawn times are low enough where I think he can wait for at least kits to be back up. Soldier's trying to get a minefield sign down, and he does get it done. Is it going to prove to be enough? No. Naturally, it isn't. Look at that, John.
Yeah.
4.2k gold for that.
Yeah. I mean, it looked really strong in C, but for some reason, you know, they just don't stop moving.
If the enemy POS 1 literally just jumps into it, John, and moves around, it's probably going to look pretty strong. Shout out to Natsumi for that one.
Oh, my fellow John.
Usually I wouldn't call them out, John, but that was just horrible to watch.
That was pretty
so I hit him, Yun. Mid-rack still going down. Kits. Oh, he's got a lot of damage here onto Dendi. Dendi's still locked down, trying to survive through it. Is actually going to make it.
What?
Keep in mind, he still had the Aegis, but they just didn't have the damage output. Once the pipe was committed by Funnick, he hasn't even used the Crimson Guard yet. Dendi moving it again. This time will not be able to get the back, but nevertheless, there's a wall being dropped here. Stonebank still trying to rush forward, but he's dropping rather low, trying to man up here, but the team's left him. Everyone from bait trying to get out. Lowdyne is going to be left behind. He will die as well. Funnick is somehow still here. Going through the Fiend's Gate, trying his best. He's going to make it. But Felt, once again, have defended high ground. They do lose the range rats. They do lose the bottom rats. But they are still within this game 3.
They're doing a great job of just punishing when bait maybe overextends a bit. When these BKBs start to fade down, it's a little bit more manageable to take care of that Sven. And just feels really awkward. Without the spell immunity, you do get kited around. That is still one big issue with the Sven. So, good job on Felt to hold on. There's some power that can come out. Illusions are starting to feel pretty painful, for the most part, coming out here from the side of Felt. If they find the angles consistently with Fade, and they can still keep taking these team fights. I think the side of Bait now need a little bit more. The Satanic being up on Stonebank is going to be a big spike for him. More strength to play with, more lifesteal, and another Dispel to kind of help the cause. A Hex out from Funnick as well is going to do the exact same thing. I feel like there's an argument to give a Shard over to Stonebank as well. Just have that additional 6 passive armor bonus. Just to really put a hamper on the physical output that the side of Felt wants to bring out here. More defense coming out now on Kits as that full Linken's up. More stats, more damage, plus at least some protection from the Atos, some protection from the Vortex. They are trying to burn out, although to be fair, the Vortex is already AoE. It doesn't actually care for the Linken's anyway.
Certainly doesn't. Aegis about to expire on Dendi. Won't have that available any longer. It's been a double damage rune just sitting at the top rune spot for quite a while now. Just nobody's spotting it out, sadly. So, what? Albino? He's died to oh, it was the Tormentor they were going after. They were going after the Tormentor. Somehow Albino Zebras ended up dying. It happens. Sadly, we didn't get to see exactly how it happened, but it did happen as a
Focus fire, right? Yeah.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah. And now they'll lose the Tormentor anyway. They didn't even find that. So that is tragic for Albino Zera. As you do get the Underlord Shard. You would, again, probably prefer the Sven Shard at this point, but always a coin flip between the two bottom heroes who don't have it, so this is what it is. Smoke out onto the high ground.
Zip in, Solji immediately down. Does have buyback. May have been trying to put a minefield sign down. I don't know. Don't think it would have mattered anyway, to be fair. Stonebank. Back wall is out from Fade, but Fade is getting completely destroyed here by Stonebank. So they will buy back on Solji, but Fade does not have one. So A little bit late to the party now as Stonebank, he's falling a little bit low, but he's still perfectly alive as they have found Hidden Mune. Kids eventually going to deal with the Sven. But Bait, they're actually thinking about moving out. Doesn't seem like they want to really try and fight without the Sven any longer. To be fair to them, there is buybacks available as Dendi. He's going to find a two-man Vortex, Albino Zebra. He might be going right back to the graveyard. And he is gone. As Fade will eventually buy back. Kid's trying to move in to set up a fight. Vacuum is there from Fade. Funnick is still happy to just keep fighting away. Dendi's still having plenty of mana as well, so there's no real reason for him to back off unless he feels unsafe. But he has Vortex back up. He might look for one. Gets the jump in. Indy gets the Nullifier put on him. Will-O-Wisp placed here by Stominant. Jump in from Kits, but he's the one in danger as Dendi's just going right to work, so Kits needs to back out with the Dissimilate. Now Bait, 2 racks is up officially. They will happily retreat. Just wait for Stonebank to be back up and available. Funny cancels off his TP to pick up a Windlace. I mean, why not? Doesn't need to TP back. He'll just get back to farming anyway.
Just get back to farm, get that build up. A top tier 2 still standing before the Mega Creeps can come in. So that's probably the next objective for Bait, along with potentially an earlier Roche respawn. Felt, again, we're seeing some openings. Whenever Stonebank takes these prolonged fights, he is susceptible to kiting. He is still susceptible to that output coming out here from the side of Felt. But it's just not enough to focus down the Sven. Yeah, you have to take care of multiple heroes, and you only have so many solutions coming out here. As Dominant, he's got the full Heaven's Halberd. Some more protection coming out as well, taking away the bite of Berna if he does find himself getting disarmed. Not going to be able to do too much about that. Roche, longer respawn, 2 minutes left. That will provide an avenue for Felt to kind of find an angle into taking that Roche on. And we'll find out if they'll be able to work their way across the map at some point. It should still be daytime, so it will be a bottom Roche on the respawn. That should be our refresh. If I recall my Roche spawn items up, that should be the refresh being spawned there as well.
Big group up from Feld here, John. 5-man running down through the bot lane. Both sides obviously trying to make sure the Roshan does go in their favor. Smoke again here from Feld. Nullifier being built up from Hidden Mune, so wanting that additional Nullifier here for Felt is still moving in, but Beta just holding the high ground from the Twin Gates underneath their own Observer Wards. They'll see Solji. They'd much rather Kits. They do miss out on the Pit of Malice. Oh, I love that Marty's plate on the Underlord as well, John. That's a nice one. Bait just become that much harder to kill now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Roshan still 50 seconds away from respawning, so Bait are going to smoke up. Counter smoke, but Felt have theirs immediately broken here on Solji. Neither side willing to give up the advantage they have in terms of their positions. The Felt are now wrapping around through the bot lane. Stonebank seems to be well aware this might be happening because he's going in by himself, but maybe he's gone a bit too far. Maybe he didn't know, John, though. Dendi, a nice Vortex, but it's too late. The reactions weren't quick enough, and Stonebank is down with that buyback. They need a retreat now, Bait. Dendi has been caught. Static Storm to be dropped. He has the BKB, though. He's able to get himself out. Lowdyne, going to be targeted by Kids. Lowdyne should drop. The Underlord, Punic, he's a tanky boy. He'll try to TP out of there, but no, the Shackle's going to cancel it off. 3 down for Bait. Roshan now officially open. And Stonebank getting caught on his own. It does cost Bait a massive Roshan.
Yeah, and that's the Ags on the bot. I'm just remembering it. It is a big Ags to give out for free. Like, you've got a lot to have to deal with. That's a slot opened up for Berna. That's going to be him running around. You're going to need a lot of sentries out from Bait to kind of manage that Wind Ranger. And all of a sudden, that lead out from Bait is down to half from that pretty strong start. Felt they've got a lot that they've got now. Like, their team fights are a lot scarier with the Ags fully done on Albino Zebra. So you don't have that play anymore for Dendi to kind of bail out of this one. They'll at least find themselves a shard of Dendi. So you've got the Overload up now with the active. A little bit more control, a little bit more damage coming through. You have to be really careful with throwing Stonebank up front. He cannot be the guy to open up these fights like that, or at least to scout out like that. Sure, he's got the ninja gear, but again, when you're shackled up, the Wind Ranger still feels amazing. The damage is still there. That single target control is pretty long. 3 seconds post 7.33 feels like an eternity, and how every stun has been nerfed down. So you have to watch yourself. Felt this is their opportunity to regain map control. This is their chance to equalize on the rack somewhat. Let's see if they manage to seize that opportunity. It's still risky. I mean, you're far enough ahead on bait that you're still more than likely favored to win. Looking at the graph, 68% according to Dota Plus in favor of bait.
I mean, Stonebank's still huge. They really should not be able to deal with this Fen, but he's just being caught out every time, just getting perma-stunned up. And, well, here we go, hit immune. He's going to reveal himself in the mid lane. The glyph will be there for the tier 2 tower, so it's barely hanging on by a thread. It at least gives time for bait to set up for a fight if they do want to try and move in again for that tier 2 mid tower.
Dire are scanning.
It's obviously kind of incredible Felder still in this game, number 3. There goes the tier 2, hit immune, not getting caught out whatsoever. Question is, can Felt really go high ground? It doesn't seem like they're feeling confident about it, so they're going to run back up towards the top. Plenty of time on the Aegis to think about when you will take the next fight. Beta obviously looking to just remain on their own high ground at the moment. Don't give the opening that Felt are going to be looking for the next 2.5 minutes. But it is going to give Felt plenty of time to completely close that net worth advantage that Bait had. Although I think Bait is still the stronger draft here, well, here we go. They're going to try and jump in on Kits, but he dissimulates immediately. So no catching out the Void Spirit. Would have been an amazing start to the fight, but they don't quite have it as Hit Immune now. Looking to maybe set up onto Dendi, but he zips away. One and a half minutes left just about on the Aegis now. Beansgate from Funnick. He's just going to push out the top wave. They'll know Funnick's there, though, so they'll try to press the advantage while they can. Oh, they jump in. They want Stoneman. They've got the Keeper of the Light. Kit's not able to finish the job off. Gleipnir was there to lock him down as well, but Stoneman still fine with the Glimmer Capers. Now the zip in from Dendi. Oh, they waste the Static Storm. Fade, he's also wasted the Vacuum. He's in now all by himself. Can they protect? Stonebank is out. He found Albino Zebra. This Fade, he's going to try to run. There is no mana left on Dendi, but he does have the Keeper of the Light behind him. Dendi, he gets a Vortex off just in the nick of time, but he can't zip away. He's just walking casually, and he's going to make it out. Stonebank is continuing to go, though he's been disarmed up. He could be in some danger. The shackle will lock them down, but they don't have the damage output. They'll drop a Vacuum once again from Fade, but he's been sided up. He is gone. And I can't believe Dendi walked out of that. Nobody could finish the job off.
He was a little bit too far forward at that point for anyone from Felt to be able to right-click him down. But that was not something that should have happened. They sniped the courier as well with a gem on hand. They get to pick it up. And it's just on the edge for Bait, but they out-execute there. Just pushing the limits, especially Dendi, to find those openings. No more Aegis on Berna. No safety net for Felt. They do have buybacks at the least, but they don't manage to equalize the game. That Aegis was their chance to make this a much closer game. They find Stonebank again, though.
What? Oh, what's he doing? Well, where's the team?
I'm not sure. Like, he's going into lane. They're not respecting the Wind Ranger Ags. You can't see this guy without the sentry.
They missed the Vortex. A double shackle again. Lodine's down. Funnick's trapped up. Funnick's going to BKB, but he has no TP. He has no Fiend's Gate either. He just has to walk around in circles. I
Oh,
can't
boy.
believe it.
This is
Dire's middle tower is under
yeah,
attack.
this is quite a way. Quite a way to bounce back after that good fight down bot.
this?
I have no words. I don't know what it is, Mike. It's Wind Ranger Ags. You're running in lane without the gem, without sentries on hand, so you just die. You know, the invis on Wind Run. It is something. You get the shackles off as well. There's no safety net for Stonebank. BKB can
but
only
I'm-
do so much if you can't see when the spells are coming in.
I'm simply questioning why they aren't grouped up together, just pushing
I
down
don't
the
know.
top lane. Like, yeah, okay, you got to address some side lanes, but I don't know. It's you know, this game's getting way too close to be comfortable for Bait, and they've got so much on the line here.
Yeah. You don't want to be in those tiebreakers. You never know how these best of ones go. It's
Radiant's middle
much
tower
better
is
to take
under
control of your
attack.
own destiny right here, right now, but just a bit reckless. Like, the move top is actually fine. They needed to shove in top to clear out the tier 2, but they needed to make that move together. And it's just disconnected. It's really awkward. Let's see if we find something else or something to group up. Stonebank taking point with the Ninja Gear. Roshan in about a minute. We'll see that respawn. If it's a quick one, Bait could find themselves in a pretty good position to just take the gate, or at least to take it down bot if it does take a little bit longer as well. I don't know what to say, Mike. This is just so messed up because it now looks like Burn has a really strong core, whereas for the first 25 to 30 minutes, he looked like he had no impact in that Wind Ranger. All of a sudden, he's landing these shackles, he's cleaning up, he's been giving opportunities by Bait. It's Bait kind of maybe outplaying themselves, giving these opportunities away. Lead down to just 4K. Win probability still in Bait's favor, but you look at that graph, look at that crash in the EXP and the gold. Not a good feeling.
No, it certainly is not if you're Bait. I mean, you're 2 Raxes up. Like, you've got that safety net of having those Raxes, but I mean, they're hoping for an early Roshan time, and it goes the exact opposite way as well for Bait. Almost 3 minutes on the timer. So they hung around the pit. They were trying to get that vision early, but they will be stuck there for 3 minutes if they wish to just make sure they're the first ones at Roshan. And of course, Felt not going to be willing to give that up for free. Is now the group up again.
Dire are scanning.
So Dendi's building towards a refresher orb now, just wanting the double vortex available. So many nullifiers available for Felt. I say so many, there's 2, but that does feel like a lot when you're in the middle of a team fight. So they are going to group up and smoke. Felt running down towards the side of Bait. Same position again from Bait, trying to hold the high ground on the twin gate. Felt. They could go for that wraparound they did the first time around. I hope Stonebank is not going to run into that area again by himself. Power shot spotted Dendi. Things were out. Soldier's already going to get caught. Dendi will happily jump in for a vortex onto the techies. Meanwhile, Fade able to get away from Stonebank, but Stonebank does at least secure the kill onto Solji, who is getting a little bit low now here. Stonebank dropping way too low.
Oh,
He's controlled
no.
up. He'll still heal up with the life steal, but it's not enough. They've got him down. Buyback is there, though. They're coming right back into this team fight.
Dendi?
Dendi, in the meantime, also going to drop to the Wind Ranger. Still, Stonebank is back in the fight, trying to find Hit Immune. Does take him down. More buybacks incoming. Bait, they have committed 4 buybacks here. They cannot afford to lose the next fight. As Fade has been caught by Dendi, but
Oh,
he's all
shackled.
alone in this.
What?
Yes. What is correct, John? Kids now are going to find Lowdine. That's another dieback as Stonebank's been caught.
God.
3 diebacks
What have
here
we
for
done?
Bait.
Tower is under attack.
I don't know what they've done here, John. I really don't. I don't understand it.
This
Communication issues, maybe. Is nobody talking?
maybe, but that's probably just game.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They can
Yeah.
just take a tier 3, go for the tier 4s. You have fortifies to stall out at the least, but 90 seconds without your Sven, 80 seconds without your Storm. There's not much a Coddle and Underlord does here. Berna, just go for the tier 4s. He's got the idea. Bait.
Oh, Kits. I mean, he's still trapped up here in the root, but he's just so tanky now with all the stats he does have. He's hitting for almost 500 damage, by the way, on the Void Spirit at the moment. Which is universal hero things. Is Fade not going to land the vacuum on anyone? Tier 4 tower is pretty darn low. Stominan's going to get jumped on here by Kits, who can pretty much solo him as the Void Spirit, and does do so. Now Funnick, the one in danger. He's the last man standing right now for Bait, and it looks like he's not standing for too long. He is down. He has buyback, but the Ancient's under siege. It's a 1v5 scenario, and Bait, they are going into tiebreakers because Felt have won this series 2-1. This one is gonna hurt for Bait, John. This has gotta hurt. There's no way you drop the game like that 2 times in a row, just single pickoffs in the same area. The same area.
It's insane. Bait gave so many opportunities out to Felt to come back in, and it looked like Felt should not have had anywhere near close of a game right there at the end. Like it felt like they shouldn't have been able to find that opportunity, but they start stitching out these team fights. The shackles from Berna were just huge in enabling those fights, and I gotta say this, Spike. I gotta say this. That felt like an SMG game. That should not have been winnable. That was just, I don't know. How? Why?
I mean,
it's mind-blowing.
We're going to see some highlights here, John. We'll see some highlights. We'll see exactly what's happened. I mean, was this the first time? I think this was the first time it happened. So Dendi dies. Stonebank's already dead by this point. So we don't get to see Stonebank just running in on his own and dying. But this is the first time that we saw a big team fight go the way it felt. Keep in mind, Bait had a 17k net worth advantage. Every fight looked like it was going in their favor. It felt like it was impossible for Felt to get anything done. Let alone like killing off Stonebank on his own like that. And this one, that was another one that happened. This is when they had 2 heroes down on Felt. They probably should have been grouped up at the top lane to push it in, but somehow Stonebank was alone, so he gets caught out. And I'd hate to say it happened a third time, John, but spoiler alert, it happened a third time, which I'm sure we'll see in just a moment. Sees a beautiful shackle by Hidden Mune, really starting to land it in the second half of this game 3. You see Funnick obviously taking a long time to die, but had no TP available, so couldn't really do anything to get himself out of that scenario. And here's the third time it happens. So the fight starts off well. A lot of buybacks were committed. Soldier goes down to start with. Stonebank having some issues here in dealing with the wall illusions because he kept walking through it. Keeps fighting back, but his own illusions is dealing too much now. And eventually, they commit all these buybacks. Dendi dies, buys back as well. This was a 4 buyback committal here for Bait. They end up taking down Kits. It's a 3v5 situation here. And Dendi, I believe, zips in on his own. Oh my God. Lands a Vortex onto Fade. But then Hidden Mune's like, wait a minute. Nobody else is here. So they take down Dendi. And then Stonebank and Lodine both get caught up. This is a 3v5, by the way.
Yeah. Supposedly a 3v5, Mike. I feel like there was a 6th player there on Felt, whispering onto Bait to make these plays. It does pay off. I mean, there are no words for this game. It's just, Felt does come out on top. I mean, they do play it a lot better. They find these opportunities. You needed to see Bait maintain clean play. And let's be frank here. High ground push wasn't clean. They had to repeat in each lane twice on the high ground. Just really rough for them to find those openings on the side of Bait, and Felt an amazing time for everyone. MVP has to go to Hidden Mune. Like Berna, such a fantastic job in that Wind Ranger to find these shackles. All of those shackles opened up the game for him. Constantly finding Stonebank somehow. Like, it shouldn't be possible, but it happens.
Yeah, he made it work. Like, the first half of the game looked really, really bad for him. Just the Maelstrom Rush not really paying off in his favor. And, I mean, eventually just able to land the shackles, able to find the kills, just gets those huge items up. And after all, this is still a universal hero. Like, it does tend to hit hard eventually if you get enough items up. And he is the MVP of game number 3, and Felt you know, John, again, they had nothing to play for. They were already secured in 5th place for 2 or 3. They were not going to get relegated out of Division 1. They were just playing for fun. And props to them for still playing to win at the end of the day, not allowing Bait the free win here to avoid tiebreakers. And so now this officially means we have a 3-way tiebreaker between Bait, Alpha, and SKG. 2 of those teams do have to get relegated, and one of them is going to remain in Division 1. And again, I hate to keep repeating myself, but this loss has got to hurt for Bait. That game 3 felt impossible to lose. And, well, now you've got to wake up tomorrow, you've got to play some tiebreakers, and these are, I believe, best of 1 tiebreakers. It's quite stressful. It's not a fun time.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun. I don't know. Like, Bait's got to shape up. I feel like in this form, though, they look pretty good to have a decent shot against Alpha and SKG, but the execution has to be cleaned up. Something falls apart. It looked like a comms issue, but it's so awkward to say it's a comms issue when you know they're in a team house together, at least 4 of them, Stomminen being the one that's not quite there. So, I don't know. Maybe focus being lost in the drawn-out game. Props to Felt for, again, playing their hearts out, for showing us why they are on the cusp of being in the top 4 of NA. I think our top half of NA is starting to look a little bit more competitive, and Felt's name is starting to join those ranks as well. But for Bait, yeah, it's they're what's up with teams kind of cosplaying SMG when I'm around, Mike? I see this way too often.
I don't know what happened. I'm sure Bait don't even know what happened. I'm sure there's going to be some replay reviews happening after that series. I'm not even sure if they'll wait. You know, I think someone's going to turn on the replays and be like, "What the hell is this?" You know, I'm going to take a guess and say probably Funnick. Funnick's probably not going to be happy. Funnick just. He'll be like, guys, I carried this game so damn hard. They couldn't do any damage to us, and somehow you guys still blink in and zip in and still die somehow while we're across the map. And yeah, it's a hard loss for Bait. I actually feel for them, John, because again, like, tiebreakers are really stressful, you know, and they're already playing on ping. They're already at a disadvantage as it is. So it's, you know, sure that you might still say Bait could be just the favorites in the tiebreakers against Alpha and SKG, who both haven't looked amazing. Nevertheless, John, we'll forget all about that because we have got Soldier here for an interview with us. So let's go to the man and see exactly what he has to say. Mr. Soldier, congratulations on your 2-1 victory against Bait. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great after such amazing comeback, I guess. Like, nothing else to that. Was a nice series to play.
Yeah, can you tell me about Game 3? Like, John and I are so confused as to how you guys made that comeback. Like, from your perspective, from the team's perspective, what happened in Game 3?
Yeah, it was underwhelming feeling, actually, because we had a pretty good early game, I would say, and then, like, not a single play worked out, and we died again and again. Like, but later on, like, we knew we had a good timing on our mid-ranger, like Linkens and one Nullfire, and this fan is really like easy to kite, easy to kill, and I think we like got a good try, like a good option, and killed this fan on our base. They did a crucial mistake, and it worked out pretty well for us. And since that moment, it was like doesn't matter how many gold we were losing, but it already was kind of our timing. But we had no room for mistake, but it was our like already like power spike, I would say. So yeah, and we didn't mistake, I guess. So yeah, game was won, and I was really like amazed how we did it, because game was like feeling we almost lost, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, props to you guys. It looked impossible to win that Game 3, but you guys did it somehow. Incredible victory there. Talk to me about, because now we're going into TI season, right? Like two or three is over. You guys placed 5th, so you guys are going to be back in Division 1 next year. What do you think what's the plan over the next few months? Because obviously with TI and the major coming up, there's, quite a bit of downtime for Phil. What's the plans now? Like, how are you guys going to get better so you guys can maybe place top 4, top 3, top 2 for NA?
By plans, I think first of all, we really want to know what are the dates for the qualifiers because nobody knows it yet, I guess. Which is kind of sad because need to plan things. But yeah, we're gonna take some small break, I think, like a couple weeks maybe, or even less. I don't know. Like it depends on some things. But anyways, yeah, we are going to try hard towards TI qualifiers. Unlucky we don't get enough DPC points for direct invite. Yeah, but I guess we will keep working. Hopefully there is no more new patches, but yeah, like nothing special. Hopefully qualifiers will be as early as possible, so players like. If it's not even going to be us, so other players will have enough time to make visas. So yeah.
Right. There you go. Thank you for that. Go on, John.
All right, Soldier, I have one question. A little bit tied into what Mike just asked. What do you feel like is the biggest takeaways or the biggest learnings you guys have found as a team throughout this tour or throughout the year? It's been a little bit up and down for Felt as a whole, but what do you think is the one thing that you've picked up on from the team throughout Tour 3 at least?
Oh, I think we got better as team, like in general, like talking to each other, communication things, like also putting priorities, on what we should work and stuff, but like I can't like specific something special like which is was unknown and now it's like known for us. I don't know how to explain, but in general for the whole season, like I think it was a pretty good run because it was like past 2 seasons was my first time I play like position 4. I needed to learn it from the scratch kind of, but I mean I'm still disappointed with how I'm playing, kind of, but still trying my best. But my teammates helped me too. We like talk a lot to each other and stuff. Our coach also helps us a lot. So yeah, we're like slowly, or maybe not slowly, keep building like ourselves to the better form, to show better performance. Yeah.
Right, yeah. We have seen that improvement throughout the tour, and I think it's been really impressive.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, Soldier, I think we'll let you go. Again, congratulations on your 2-1 victory here against Bait, and good luck at TI qualifiers. We hope the best for you guys.
Thank you so much, guys, and best of luck to you too. Casting TI qualifiers.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Soldier.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You know what, Jonathan? Maybe we should join TI qualifiers. I mean, what a nice guy, though, right? Nobody ever says good luck to us or thanks for talking with us, you know? Soldier's a gentleman, to say the least. We're a very well-spoken gentleman, and, you know, I think he was being a little bit humble. John, he said he wasn't playing POS 4 the best. I think, you know, when you look at Felt and you look at their performances, even against the bigger teams, I'd say Soldier was one of the better players. Like, he was pretty consistently spot on with POS 4 plays, so... Yeah, maybe not the best, but considering the guy had started from scratch at the start of the year, I'd say that's pretty impressive for a POS 4 player. As we are going to look at the leaderboard now, I mean, this is officially our leaderboard at this point because we did finish the final series of the tour. Shopify announced, obviously, top 2. They are going to the Bali Major. TSM Dogchamp, 3rd and 4th place. Felt sitting in 5th place. They just secured that spot here against Bait. Alpha, Bait, and SKG, however, are all tied with the same scoreline. You know what that means, Jonathan? It means we have a tiebreaker issue going on between these 3 teams, which will be resolved tomorrow. So theoretically, not the last day of NA Div 1 because we do have best of 1 tiebreakers going on tomorrow.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it breaks out because if you remember, SKG beat Alpha. I think Bait beat SKG and Alpha beat Bait. So they've all taken a loss from each other, which is why we have that scoreline. The magic descending scoreline broken by this three-way. And it's going to be interesting. It's a best of one. It's not very forgiving, Mike. We could go on forever, more than one round, but there's also, I feel like there's a pretty clear chance that it kind of clears up by our second series as to who is going to be stuck in the bottom two at the very least. And then, we'll see if it resolves itself. But a lot on the line. Bait, they could have avoided this circumstance altogether. That game looked pretty good for them, but now gonna have to play a little bit more Dota, gonna have to stress out over potentially going into Div 2 for the next tour cycle next year. Not a good position to be in, but it is what it is. Faults show up and they punish these small misplays.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Better team won today. Can't wait to see how the tiebreakers do turn out here between the three teams that are left. With that, though, we should probably head off, Jonathan. We're going to have an early night to start off those tiebreakers. So it is MLP Dota. It is John X Fire. We'll see you all again tomorrow for some NA Div 1 tiebreakers. See you then.